welcome distinguished speakers, scholars, policymakers, industry, and NGO participants who have gathered today at the third annual Sustainability Fair organized by IIT Gandhinagar's Dr. Kiran Patel Center for Sustainable Development. Before I aspect about today's event, let me share a quick background about annual Sustainability Fair. The annual Sustainability Fair by Dr. Kiran Patel Center for Sustainable Development was started in 2019 to promote collaborations between researchers, scholars, organizations, and industries in the area of sustainable development. The fair brings together various scholars, NGOs, corporate activities, and the technical groups for networking and collaborations. It also features exhibitions of literature and demonstration of various sustainable development practices, activities, experiences, and ideas in the area of renewable energy, water conservation, water quality, climate change, pollution, waste management, natural resources, wildlife and ecosystems, among others. The third annual Sustainability Fair organized by the center today is on the theme of renewable energy and water resources. We are extremely honored that today's event is being inaugurated by Shri Vijay Ramniklal, Chief Minister of Gujarat. We are so grateful to have distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Rajendra Singh of Tarun, Bharat, Sangh, Dr. Kalanithy of the International Water Association, and Dr. Ashok Das of Fair is hosting virtual exhibition by regional and national industries and organizations demonstrating ongoing sustainable development practices. Around 50 organizations, including government agencies, industries, academic and research institutions, NGO, innovators, and corporates are exhibiting at today's fair. The event explores the knowledge transfer and academia-industry partnership around a wide range of sustainable development themes, conduct panel session on best practices and projects, and organize networking session around the theme of sustainable development. This fair also features a panel discussion with sustainability officers on sustainability reporting and sustainability finance. I'm sure that the keynote sessions, academic industry networking, and panel session and exhibition events scheduled in the fair today will be enriching and promoting collaboration with all the stakeholders involved in the sustainability development activities. With this brief about the Sustainability Fair and today's event, I now request Falguni to taking us with a walkthrough of the virtual exhibition and online platform for today's event. Thank you.
So we can go to the exhibition hall. We do have a feature of a gift bag where we can save our documents. Just as I did, you can click on it and you can also email to yourself or any of your colleague. You also have the feature of auditorium, which will feature the sessions which are ongoing. So just have to click on the screen, send to screen, and you will see the series of sessions that are scheduled. Click on the join session for joining the session which is ongoing. You also have the document section in which you will see all the resources which are uploaded by the exhibitors. Let us now go through the exhibition hall. You can scroll through the video where you can see all the stalls which have exhibited at today's fair. You will also be able to see the exhibitors index, which is below, and you will be able to choose the organization which you want to go to. The platform also gives clear instruction of how this exhibition hall works, so anyone can see that. You have a networking feature too, which gives the chat functionality to network among the attendees and the exhibitors. You will be able to see the organizations that are there. Let us go to the lobby. You can directly also go to the auditorium by clicking on any of these captions which are shown on the lobby. So just if I want to go to the auditorium, I'll click here. I'll directly enter the auditorium. These tabs can be used to reach where we want to. You can also enter the exhibit hall from here, and the resource center can be accessed from here. You have an information desk which can help you with any technical difficulties. We welcome you all to the Sustainability Fair 2021, and the CM of Gujarat, Shri Vijay Rupani, will give his address to the participants at 10. So please be with us. You can explore the different features meanwhile on the platform. We have 3 speakers today, keynote speakers, Dr. Kalanithy, Vairavamoorthy, Dr. Ashok Das, and Dr. Rajendra Singh, who will deliver keynote address on the themes of water and energy. We request you all, when the session start at 10:20, the first keynote session, to please join the auditorium that time. I will take you to the different features which are there. So you also have the videos and documents section where you will see all the documents and videos that have been uploaded by the exhibitors. And I've already shown you how to add them to your gift bag, and you can carry them when you log off from the event platform. I can also show you once again. So this is the resource center. So once we click on it, we will have a list of documents that have been uploaded by the exhibitors. You can either view them or add to the gift bag. After adding to the gift bag, when you are leaving the platform, you can click here and you can mail yourself the documents that you have kept in your gift bag. Also the auditorium feature, which has the central screen, and you will be able to join a particular session which is being displayed here. So we have the next session scheduled at 10, which is the address by Shri Vijay Rupani, the Chief Minister of Gujarat. I invite Jay will take you to a walkthrough.
So let us look at how to best make use of this exhibition hall feature in the virtual seminar. So if you go into the exhibition hall, as was indicated previously, you can scroll through and stop at whichever exhibitor you want to explore further. Once you decide to see more information about a particular exhibitor, you can click on the booth to see the exhibition hall in more detail. Each of the literature that is available from the exhibitor can be clicked and you can explore it in more detail as shown here. So once you do this, you can also scroll down to get further information on the exhibitor, as well as other materials that the exhibitor has uploaded to share with attendees. So this includes videos, which again you can watch right from here, as well as documents that you can view as well as add to the gift bag. This way, whatever you find interesting, you can collect it for further reference at a later point. So let's say I'm very interested to learn more about this. I want to reach out to this particular exhibitor about the information that is shared here. Just as in in-person conference, you would be able to take up any of the material that you want, add it to your own bag. Here, you put this into your gift bag, and eventually you can check this out. So for now, we don't need to worry about this. I can also scroll through the different exhibitors directly from this screen instead of going back to the entire list of exhibitors. Using the next and previous icons. We have approximately 40 different exhibitors who are demonstrating their materials and their solutions in the areas of sustainable development today. And so from each of them, you can continue to store whatever information that you are most interested in into your gift bag. At the same time, let's say you are interested in a particular exhibitor and you want to have real-time interaction with them about some of the material that they are sharing, then you can use the chat feature right from here. And once you select chat, you go into a common chat window where you can post messages and interact with the exhibitors. All the different chat rooms that you are part of are also displayed here on the left. And if you want to interact with them in real time rather than post a chat and wait for their response, you can also use this reserve a chat slot feature. Okay. So I hope you make the best use of this exhibition space to get as much information as you like from each of these exhibitors and also interact with them effectively. Finally, once you are done collecting all the documents that you are most interested in, you can go to the gift bag section on the top tab and select all the material and have it emailed to you. Okay, so once you select email, you can enter your email ID and all this information will be shared with you. So this way, we've tried to incorporate as many features of a real in-person conference as possible within the limitations and of the virtual environment. If you have any questions at any point, you can always post in the webinar chat box in the Q&A section. We'll try to get back to you through this feature also to give you further information on how to access any of the information. You can also use the information desk to get further information. Thank you. Welcome once again. And our initial session will just get started in around 4 minutes.
Uh, Thank you, Falguni and Jay, to taking us with a walkthrough of a virtual exhibition and online platform of today's fair. I would now kindly request Professor Sudhir Jain, Director of IIT Gandhinagar, the Chief Minister Shri Vijay Rupani and delegates. Thank you.
Chief Minister Shri Vijay Rupani ji, delegates, students and colleagues, welcome on behalf of IIT Gandhinagar to the annual Sustainability Fair organized by the Dr. Kiran Patel Center for Sustainable Development of the Institute. We thank the Chief Minister for agreeing to address us at the fair today and for the exceptional support the Government of Gujarat and its various ministries and departments have provided to IIT Gandhinagar over the years. Several state agencies have also been deeply involved in sustainability research programs of the Institute and its students and faculty. This is the third fair organized by the center, the first time online. Constraining as this new mode has been, we are pleased, however, that participation in the event has more than doubled this year over the last year. 50 organizations are exhibiting at this year's event, and the number of registrations is almost 500. Sustainability has been one of the defining principles of IIT Gandhinagar's own campus development, and we are the first campus in the country to be awarded the 5-star Griha large development rating. We also established the Dr. Kiran Patel Center for Sustainable Development with the aim of becoming a major hub of research and resources on sustainable development with a focus on water, climate change, renewable energy, pollution and waste management, and finally, wildlife, natural resources, and ecosystems. The center has one of the largest faculty research clusters on campus, and it seeks to promote cost-effective and sustainable solutions through its strong outreach and technology transfer programs. Today's fair contributes to that effort by promoting collaborations among NGOs, scholars, local governments, industries, and policymakers to identify and solve sustainability challenges by integrating advanced research, traditional knowledge, and field understanding. We at IIT Gandhinagar look forward to engaging with all the stakeholders on the important mission of sustainable development during this event and in the months and years ahead. I now request Chief Minister Shri Rupani ji to address the delegates at the Sustainability Fair. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
श्रीमान श्री सुधीर जैन, डॉक्टर कलानित्य जी, डॉक्टर अशोक दास, उपस्थित सब भाई और बहनों, आईआईटी गांधीनगर के डॉक्टर किरण सी पटेल सेंटर फॉर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट द्वारा आयोजित तीसरी सस्टेनेबल फेयर के लिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के सेक्टर से जुड़े कई बड़े विद्वान, पॉलिसी मेकर्स, इंडस्ट्रीज के लोग, प्रतिभागी, एनजीओ और स्पीकर्स यहां मौजूद हैं, जो इस विषय पर अपनी गहरी समझ और अनुभव को हमारे साथ साझा करेंगे। मुझे बताया गया है कि आज के इस कार्यक्रम में 50 से अधिक संगठन शामिल हुए हैं, जिसमें कुछ सरकारी संगठन हैं, तो कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज, एकेडमिक, रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट, इनोवेटर्स और एनजीओ भी शामिल है। आप सभी यहां अपने बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस को एक दूसरे के साथ साझा करने और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट पर बेहतर सहयोग के लिए एकत्रित हुए हैं। इसके लिए मैं आप सभी को बधाई देता हूं। यह हम सभी की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी है कि हम अपनी आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए एक स्वच्छ और बेहतर वातावरण तैयार करें। इसके लिए सतत विकास पर काम करने की जरूरत है। आज हालात यह है कि प्राकृतिक संसाधनों के लगातार दोहन से यह दिनों दिन कम होता जा रहा है। इसलिए अब हमें ऊर्जा और जीवन चक्र के उन पहलुओं पर भी ध्यान देने की जरूरत है जो अविरत चलते रही, और इससे प्रकृति को भी कोई नुकसान ना हो। प्रकृति के साथ चलना और उससे संरक्षित करना, यह तो हमारी संस्कृति रही है। हम अपने इतिहास पर नजर डालें तो हम पाएंगे कि भारत ने कभी भी प्रकृति के खिलाफ जाकर कोई काम नहीं किया है। भारत की स्वाधीनता के प्रणेता अपने महात्मा गांधी ने भी सतत विकास पर समाज को जागरूक करने का काम किया था। आज से करीब 103 साल पहले की 1 जनवरी 1918 को अहमदाबाद में एक बैठक को संबोधित करते हुए महात्मा गांधी ने भारत की आजादी को 3 मुख्य तत्वों वायु, जल, अनाज को आजादी के रूप में परिभाषित किया था। उन्होंने 1918 में जो कहा और किया था, उसे अदालतों ने आज जीवन के अधिकार के कानून में शामिल किया है। आज अदालतें कानून में साफ हवा, साफ पानी, पर्याप्त भोजन के अधिकार की व्याख्या कर रही है। आज के सस्टेनेबिलिटी फेयर प्रोग्राम का विषय अक्षय ऊर्जा और जल संसाधन है, और मुझे ये कहते हुए गर्व हो रहा है कि गुजरात सरकार ने दोनों क्षेत्र में बहुत ही अच्छा काम किया है। अपने राज्य में प्रकृति के संरक्षण और सतत विकास के विभिन्न पहलुओं पर काम करने के लिए गुजरात सरकार पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है और इस दिशा में हमारा अप्रोच पूरी तरह से सकारात्मक रहा है। हमने अपनी योजनाओं और नीतियों में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को बढ़ावा दिया है। हम गुजरात में सोलर पार्क्स की स्थापना कर रहे हैं। हम अभी तक 11,000 मेगावाट रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को प्रोड्यूस करने में सफल रहे हैं और 2022 तक हम इससे 30,000 मेगावाट तक ले जाएंगे। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को लेकर हमारी पॉलिसी पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट है। हमने लक्ष्य बनाया है कि आने वाले समय में हम अपने राज्य की ऊर्जा खपत का अधिकतर हिस्सा सौर ऊर्जा से पूरा करेंगे। इसके लिए हम गुजरात के कच्छ जिले में 30,000 मेगावाट की क्षमता वाला भारत का सबसे बड़ा हाइब्रिड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पार्क बना रहे हैं। इस प्रोजेक्ट में हम बिजली उत्पादन के लिए सौर ऊर्जा और पवन ऊर्जा दोनों का एक साथ उपयोग करेंगे। सोलर रूफटॉप स्कीम में गुजरात की सफलतम योजनाओं में से एक है। आज स्थिति यह है कि हम 735 मेगावाट की क्षमता के साथ सोलर रूफटॉप सिस्टम की स्थापना में देश में सबसे आगे है। आज हम गर्व के साथ यह कह सकते हैं कि हमने हजारों लोगों को बिजली का कंज्यूमर नहीं बल्कि उन्हें बिजली का प्रोड्यूसर बना दिया है। यह संभव हो सका है कि सोलर रूफटॉप के कारण ये शक्य बना है। हमारा संकल्प है कि अगले 3 सालों में सोलर रूफटॉप को 1800 मेगावाट तक ले जाएंगे। गुजरात के बड़े शहरों या छोटा बड़े गांव को सोलर रूफटॉप की क्रांति को हम घर घर तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं। मेरा यह स्पष्ट मानना है कि रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के प्रयासों को हमें लोगों तक पहुंचाना होगा। लोगों को हमें इस काम में भागीदार बनाना होगा, तभी सही मायने में सतत विकास सार्थक हो पाएगा। सौर ऊर्जा के इस मिशन में हमने राज्य के किसानों को भी जोड़ दिया है। किसान सूर्योदय योजना के तहत हम किसानों को खेती के लिए बिजली और सौर ऊर्जा के माध्यम से उन्हें दिन में बिजली देंगे। दिन में ही किसान भाइयों को खेती के लिए बिजली मिलने से अनेक फायदे होंगे, जिसमें सबसे बड़ा लाभ यह होगा कि रात के अंधेरे में जंगली जानवर किसान भाइयों पर रात को हमला कर देते, जिससे अब वो बच सकेंगे और इसी तरह हमारे किसान भाइयों को अमूल्य जीवन की रक्षा हो सकेगी। मेरा मानना है कि ज्योतिग्राम योजना के बाद किसान सूर्योदय योजना गुजरात में बिजली के क्षेत्र में दूसरी सबसे बड़ी क्रांति साबित होगी। गुजरात भाग्यशाली है कि हमारे पास 1600 किलोमीटर लंबा समुद्र किनारा है। अपनी इस विशाल तटरेखा को उपयोग करते हुए हमने मांडवी और कच्छ में डिसैलिनेशन प्लांट को लगाकर वहां मुंद्रा, लखपत, अबड़ासा और नखत्राणा तालुका के क्षेत्रों में 8 लाख लोगों को इस प्लांट से शुद्ध पानी हम देंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि डिसैलिनेशन प्लांट्स जिसमें पानी को शुद्ध करने की क्षमता होगी, वह राज्य की जल सुरक्षा और वेस्ट वाटर ट्रीटमेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को काफी मजबूत करेगा। देश में टिकाऊ और सस्ते जल संसाधन के लिए डिसैलिनेशन प्लांट्स महत्वपूर्ण मील की पत्थर साबित होगा। इसलिए सुजलाम सुफलाम जल अभियान भी सतत विकास को लेकर हमारी प्रतिबद्धता एक सुंदर उदाहरण है। इस अभियान में हम तालाब, चेक डैम, नदियां को डिसिल्ट कर लेने का काम जन भागीदारी के साथ करते हैं और ये अभियान गुजरात में बहुत सफल रही है। पिछले 3 सालों से ये अभियान हम चला रहे हैं। इस अभियान से गुजरात में पानी को बचाने का और इसके संग्रह को लेकर लोगों में एक नई वैचारिक क्रांति आई है। आपको ये जानकर आश्चर्य होगा कि अकेले इस अभियान के माध्यम से हमने पिछले 3 साल में कुल 42,500 घन फीट अतिरिक्त पानी की संग्रह क्षमता को हमने बढ़ाई है। मुझे ये बताते हुए खुशी है कि इस साल भी हम गर्मी के महीने में इस अभियान को चलाएंगे और बारिश के पानी को अधिक से अधिक मात्रा में संग्रहित करेंगे और साथ नदियों को साफ करेंगे। नदियों को भी जो बंद नदी बन गई थी उसको जीवित भी करेंगे। इसी तरह पर्यावरण को स्वच्छ बनाने के लिए हम गुजरात में ई व्हीकल्स को भी बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। यह हम सभी जानते हैं कि पेट्रोल और डीजल से चलने वाली गाड़ियां हमारे पर्यावरण को कितना नुकसान पहुंचाती है, लेकिन अब हमने विकल्प ढूंढ लिया है और हम बाजार में ई व्हीकल को बढ़ावा देंगे और इस तरह स्वच्छ पर्यावरण के लिए हमने गुजरात में सीएनजी और पीएनजी पंपों को भी अधिक लगाने की भी छूट दे रखी है। साथ ही इसके लिए नीतियों में भी जरूरी बदलाव लाया है। हम अपने राज्यवासियों को ऐसा गुजरात देना चाहते हैं कि जहां साफ हवा, साफ पानी पर्याप्त मात्रा में हो, नई तकनीक और नए विचारों के समावेश से हम ऐसा समाज बनाना चाहते हैं जिसमें प्रकृति का दोहन न हो बल्कि वो फले फूले। सतत विकास को सफल बनाने के लिए हमें सतत प्रयास करने की जरूरत है। हर एक व्यक्ति, हर एक संगठन, हर एक संस्था को आगे आने की जरूरत है और साथ यह भी जरूरी है कि हर कोई व्यक्ति एक सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर के लिए अपना योगदान दे। बदलाव कभी भी अकेले नहीं लाया जा सकता। इसके लिए हमें एकजुट होने की बहुत आवश्यकता है। हमारा समाज सतत विकास में ही बने, इसके लिए हमें समाज के हर एक वर्ग को साथ लेना होगा। इसके अलावा एकेडमिक और अनुसंधान संस्थाओं, उद्योगों और सरकारी विभागों और जमीनी स्तर के संगठनों के बीच सहयोगी साझेदारी को मजबूत करने की आवश्यकता है। हम आने वाली पीढ़ियों को प्रति अपनी जिम्मेदारी को समझना होगा। हमारा आने वाला कल हमारे आज से बेहतर हो, इसके लिए हमें सतत प्रयास हम सबको मिलकर करना होगा। इनोवेशन और एंटरप्राइज मिलकर नए नए रास्ते खोले, ऐसा हम सबका प्रयास होना चाहिए। और मैं मानता हूं कि आईआईटी गांधीनगर और डॉक्टर किरण पटेल सेंटर फॉर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट इस काम को बेहतर एवं व्यवस्थित तरीके से आगे लेकर जाएगा। मैं आपके इस कार्यक्रम की बड़ी सफलता की कामना करता हूं और आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि हमारी सरकार और राज्य की एजेंसियां सतत विकास के लक्ष्य को समर्थन करने और उन्हें आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमेशा आगे रहेगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
On behalf of Dr. Kiran C. Patel, Center of Sustainable Development and entire IIT Gandhinagar family, I would like to express gratitude to Honorable Chief Minister Shri Vijay Rupani ji, who expressed the tremendous or make us aware about the tremendous progress in the area of sustainable development, renewable energy, water management, and many other fronts that is happening in this state. So we feel proud, sir, to be in Gujarat, and Gujarat has been leading state among leading states in the area, all these areas that are very strongly related with the sustainable development. So thank you very much, sir, and we express our gratitude on behalf of the center and entire IIT Gandhinagar family. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. We now have a keynote session in today's fair. We will start with Dr. Kalanithy as a keynote speaker one. This we will start at 10:20. So I would request Dr. Jay to moderate this session. Over to Jay. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Naran. Welcome everybody to the first keynote session in this year's annual Sustainable Development Fair. It is my great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Kalanithy Vairavamoorthy. Dr. Kalanithy Vairavamoorthy is an internationally recognized water resource management expert with a particular interest in urban water issues. He combines a strong engineering background with particular experience in the international domain. He has published extensively and has a strong profile working closely with the World Bank, UN Habitat, UNESCO, Asian Development Bank, the European Union, among others. And he has led several urban water management projects for these agencies. He is currently a member of the Asian Development Bank's Water Advisory Group. He has joined the International Water Association from the International Water Management Institute, where he was previously the Deputy Director General. He is currently also a professor, an adjunct professor at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. So my own research also being in the area of desalination and energy efficiency of desalination, it is indeed a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Kalanithy Vairavamoorthy and moderate the session. So Dr. Kala, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. We will momentarily make you co-host so that you can share your...
Please, if you could just give me share screen. Is that good now? I can share screen?
Yes.
Okay, so can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes,
okay.
Very well.
Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and can I just begin by saying that it's indeed a great honor for me to be here at the third edition of the Sustainability Fair, which is organized by the Kiran Patel Center for Sustainable Development. I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but I was actually the first dean of the Patel Center in the United States, and then I elevated the center to a college. So we established the Patel College of Global Sustainability at the University of South Florida, and I was the founding dean of that college. And so really it's a big honor for me to be able to speak to you today, because I remember the first meeting actually I had with the then director of IIT Gandhinagar, who visited us in Florida, in Tampa, and they were just discussing the idea of establishing a center at the time with Dr. Kiran Patel and myself. So we met with them several times while they were in Florida. So it is really a great honor for me. And so I would like to thank Professor Sudhir Jain, the director of IIT Gandhinagar, for facilitating this fair, and also Dr. Manish Kumar from the School of Earth Sciences for facilitating my presence here. He's been very active in the IWA, and so I'm also very, very grateful to him. And of course, it's an honor for me to be presenting after Shri Vijay Ramniklal, the Chief Minister of Gujarat. Finally, I'd just like to thank the vibrant Indian chapter of IWA. We have various institutions associated with IWA, which are, in different offices around the world, but we have established now a very, very strong base in India. And so I'm very grateful for the Indian IWA as well. I'd just like to start with a very short summary of IWA. Most of you know we're an international water association. We have probably around 10,000 members of the big experts from around the world, both from academia and also from practice. We publish some 17 journals, some 800 books. And in a normal non-COVID year, we would have a conference every week of the year. But really, we're an organization that tries to be at the cutting edge in terms of water research and water practice. both in developed and developing countries. And so, we have a lot of active participation from India, particularly in terms of editorial activity with our journals and, chairing various committees within the IWA. I'd like to really start my presentation by talking about some of the challenges that we see in the water sector. And I think one of the main challenges is that we have built systems really based on a 19th century concept around the world. And I'm talking here primarily about urban water systems. We built systems based around ideas from the 19th century where we thought populations would remain relatively small. We thought that water would be abundant forever. We thought the environment was benign. And so we developed systems which are primarily linear systems where we take water from afar, we move it, we treat it to one single quality, which is high quality drinking water. And we use this very high quality water for all types of purposes, including important purposes like domestic use. But then, we use this very high quality water for flushing our toilets, for washing our cars. And we use this water only once, and then we throw it away, either with treatment or without treatment. And this has been the approach that's been adopted in the Western countries. It's been adopted by many countries in the South. But unfortunately, it's not very affordable, right? And it's highly energy intensive. And we presented it as a zero or nothing proposition. And so many countries struggle to maintain those levels of service and the sorts of costs associated with those systems. And so we have, currently still something like 800 million people that don't have access to improved water sources. And we have 2 billion people that don't have access to sanitation. So we're moving forward, but the problem is getting bigger more quickly than our ability to address the problem. One of the biggest challenges we have is in relation to sanitation or wastewater treatment. We have done okay in bringing water to an urban setting, but we haven't paid much attention to what happens to that water once it's been used. And this statistic, which is still relatively accurate, I think there's been a slight reduction. Recently it was reported by the UN, but about 85% of all the wastewater that we generate, it goes untreated. And it's not only in the usual countries we would expect, like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of South Asia. We find this problem in South America, we find this problem in Central Asia, and also in parts of Eastern Europe. And so this is becoming a big challenge for us. How do we deal with this wastewater? Because it has, of course, environmental effects, but more importantly, it has very serious public health challenges. Now, where we have built systems, and this is a slide from a study we did at my last organization, which was EMI, we have built lots of wastewater treatment systems. And this diagram is from Ghana. And at the bottom, you can see the areas where we have those wastewater treatment works. And on the top, you can see the number of treatment plants. But I just want you to pay attention to that slide, because when I press the button, you can actually see which wastewater treatment works are actually functioning. So they built this many systems, but only this many are functioning. And this is very typical in many countries around the world, where we are engineering our systems in a way that are not really appropriate to the local context. And so, ultimately what happens is that these systems become dysfunctional. And so we have to rethink the way in which we engineer our systems. But there are huge opportunities. I think the area where we see the greatest innovation in terms of water is around wastewater treatment and sanitation. And, if you think about the Western countries, the last 40 to 50 years has been like one big pilot study. They built very large, clunky, not very effective wastewater treatment systems. But over time, they've experimented and experimented. And now you're just seeing the emergence of some very efficient and effective wastewater treatment systems. And so the systems that you're seeing now are becoming much smaller, they're becoming much more energy efficient, and they're actually becoming much cheaper, both in terms of CapEx and OpEx. But what's more interesting is that these systems are being designed in a way where the waste streams are viewed as beneficial, which means that we can extract value from those waste streams. And most of the advancements you see is in the modification of the physics of the fluid itself. So we change the viscosity and we change the settleability. And the other area of innovation is in terms of advanced controls. And so we see a lot of innovation in terms of sensor control and sort of data and analytics that allows us to have more sophisticated control. So I think a country like India, where there is a huge program in terms of the construction of sewage treatment works, there is really an opportunity to sort of rethink the types of technologies they adopt and the types of systems they put in place, so that from the outset, from the design stage itself, these systems are built in a way that they can adapt to future changes. But more importantly, that these systems are, from the beginning, almost water machines, right? They're machines that can generate energy. They're machines that can capture nutrients. They're machines that can use the water multiple times. So India is really on the cusp of a very exciting time, because, there's a huge interest now in building these systems. And I think the next 20 years will be really the golden era in terms of wastewater, certainly in India, but around the world. The other challenge we have is in terms of providing people with adequate water. And this graph is it's slightly an older document, but it's showing what the percentage of populations that have continuous water supply in cities in Asia. This is from the ADB. And, some of the large cities in India, for example, still are not able to maintain a 24-hour supply. And this is really quite a challenge that has to be addressed, because, intermittent water supply, although it's a reality in many places because there's just not sufficient water, it comes with lots of issues and problems. And so, we have to sort of reimagine how we are providing water supply in these cities where we have water scarcity. This is another diagram that shows you the non-revenue water in those same cities. And what's interesting is that there's a strong correlation between those cities that have high degrees of intermittency with cities that also have high degrees of water loss. And so, some of this problem is not really related to water availability, but it's also due to the fact that the infrastructure itself has not been well maintained. And so, we have high losses of water. So you have in many areas situations where you're rationing water, but at the same time, the rationed water gets lost, which is almost, not a very good thing to do, particularly if there's water scarcity. So this is just an observation from various studies. Now, of course, the future is going to become more difficult for us. We know that climate change is taking place, which has an impact on water availability. But I think in many of the emerging economies, the bigger challenge is really people. We're adding some 155,000 people to this planet every day. 90% of those people are coming from what we would say the emerging economies, and 90% of those people are living in urban areas. And in many of those urban areas, we don't have access to good water supply and sanitation. So these people are being introduced into areas where the water situation is quite poor. Now, what's interesting is that the population is not just growing, but the population is also growing up. And that means their living standards are improving. And so what you have is a situation where the number of urban dwellers is increasing. The amount of water those people want is also increasing because their living standards are going up. So we have this double whammy in terms of increasing of the demand for water. And on the other side, you have issues like climate change that reduce the availability of water. And so this supply-demand deficit really becomes a major issue moving forward. And so we have to rethink the way in which we do water management. The other thing that I wanted to share with you, which is really around finances, right? And we have some serious problems. The estimated cost globally for achieving the SDGs, 6.1 and 6.2, is about $114 billion per year. And 80% of countries in this world are reporting insufficient financing to meet these SDG targets, despite increasing their own sort of national water and sanitation budgets by, on average, around 5%. Moreover, the maximum level of official development finance for drinking water and sanitation has really gone down, and it's around 18 billion, which is 15% of what is required. So the question is, if we're going to fulfill the 2030 agenda, the SDG agenda, how do we identify and mobilize resources, right? Financial resources, because that's a big, big issue. And how do we design innovative mechanisms to channel those resources? And, you know, the question is, if you think about how we finance water, you know, we have, of course, the costs, which I'm sure all of you are aware of, the capital cost, the cost to service debt, your O&M cost, and then any investments costs that we have to make. And to repay that money, we have traditionally what we call non-repayable funding sources. So you have tariffs that the users pay, we have the taxes that's collected by government, and then we have transfers from national and international, bilateral, multilateral organizations. So these are what we would call non-repayable finances, right? They don't have to be paid back. But that leaves quite a big financial gap, right? We don't have enough money to meet that demand. And so the question is, how do we start to develop, you know, resources? And traditionally we've gone to sort of, you know, what we would call concessional finances from things like the World Bank, the ADB, for example, but that is not sort of sufficient to meet that gap. So now there's this issue about how do we start to access commercial finance? And this really becomes a challenge because we're not very used to applying for commercial finance in order to meet our goals. And so really the way forward is to have a blended finance approach where you're combining both your commercial finance with your concessional finance, and then coupling that with your non-repayable funding. The challenge that we have is that in order to raise finance, we have to be credit worthy. And in most utilities, what we see is that, you know, they don't really operate very well, right? So you have high, as I pointed out, high water losses, which drives up costs, and then investments are postponed. The service then deteriorates as a result of that. The customers, because they're not getting very good service, they have this sort of non-willingness to pay. And then, you know, the state has to provide subsidies. Then you have sort of efficiency dropping within that utility. And then, you know, basically what starts to happen is what you would call a vicious circle, right? You know, you're just not maintaining the system particularly well because everything above it is not functioning well. And so your assets start to go down the drain. They start to deteriorate. And so most utilities who are in this situation, they are not viewed in a very positive light in terms of credit. So what we have to try and do is to move from a vicious path to a virtuous path. And things like, you know, managing water losses is quite a good surrogate measure of the performance of a utility because it shows that, you know, they have good operational maintenance and they have good trained staff that can do it. And then your service quality starts to improve, your customers are happy, and then their willingness to pay improves. And then you can start setting, you know, sort of an appropriate tariff level, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally, you know, you're viewed generally by creditors as being, you know, financially viable or credit worthy. And then you can start to sort of raise some of this money that's important. So this is sort of, you know, how we see utilities having to move. It's really trying to improve their own service operations in order for them to raise some of this money that's very important for them to move forward. So we need to move from a vicious path to a virtuous path. Now, in terms of the sector as a whole, what we're seeing is we're seeing a shift, right? We're seeing the sector becoming more smart. And for me, smart means three things: smart by design, smart use of water, and also smart control. And smart by design is using advanced technologies. We're starting to see a shift to more decentralized systems that give us much more adaptive capacity. But what I wanted to talk about is the other two today: smart use and smart control. So if we think about smart use of water, we have started to recognize that we have to think about the productive use of water. What is it we want the water to do for us? And how can we match the quantity and the quality of the water to that intended use? And this is now shifting us away from this idea that we should only have one quality of water for everything. But it's shifting us to start thinking about how can we have different grades of water for different uses. And that then allows us to use and reuse water multiple times. So we're starting to create different grades of water. And you see some examples. This is from California, the West Basin Initiative, where they create designer waters, right? So they use plug and play technologies where waters of different grades are being produced for different uses. And you're seeing things like, you know, people extracting water from a sewer directly and treating that water for things like irrigation purposes, etc. So we do see people recognizing that all water within the system is good water. It's just water of a different quality. So how can we sort of use that water productively in some way? Key to that is to have a very holistic view of the entire water cycle. And so you start to look at all water flows within the water system, and you recognize that, yes, they are waters of different qualities, but they are waters that can be used in some way for a productive purpose. So, for example, if I needed to have more increase in drinking water, then I can extract more surface water, I can extract more groundwater, I can desalinate, but I can also generate high quality drinking water through reducing my water losses. I can also generate high quality drinking water through demand management. And I might get greater efficiencies if I invest in leakage management and say demand management to produce that water rather than looking for a source very far away. If I want to flush my toilets, then I can use grey water, or I can use black water after some treatment for that purpose. And similarly, if I want to irrigate, I can try and use these different grades of water, like the grey water and the black water. So what this model sort of, what it does is it changes your perspective, where when you have an increase in demand, you look at water flows within your system and you try to sort of maximize how you can sort of share that water without having to necessarily extract more water. Critical to this is modeling. And you see quite a growth in sort of what we would call integrated urban water modeling. And this is where we start to model packets of water as they move through the system. And each of those packets has a signature. And that signature is based on the quantity of water, the quality of water, the amount of energy that has been embedded into that water to produce it. And by understanding these packets of water, we can start to close the loop. We can start matching those water flows with different uses. And as I said, you tend to start to reduce your overall water footprint. This is some work actually I did while I was at the Patel College of Global Sustainability in Florida, and this was in Nairobi. And Nairobi was going through a huge sort of water scarcity issue. And so the natural response of the government there was to extract more water from far away and bring that water to the city. And so this was their existing water, and the length of the bar is the amount of water available and the height is the cost. And their natural response to meet growing demands was to simply go and look for more surface water far away, right? Which would come at a certain cost. But they had some political issues because they had to go so far that the communities from where they were getting the water, they were not happy to give that water to the city. So we did our modeling and we did some analysis, and we showed actually that there was enough water embedded within the system, with leakage management, demand management, and also some potential rainwater harvesting and some limited cluster level grey water reuse. We found that there was actually enough water within the system, and they did not have to build these capital intensive projects to move water from afar. We further did analysis where we started looking at more exotic uses of water. So this was black water and rainwater harvesting at the household level, which starts to become a little bit expensive. And we found that actually it cost a little bit more, so it might not be the best solution. So this type of modeling is not going to just say you must do this or you mustn't do this, but it starts to expose to you what are the most cost-effective solutions for you in terms of meeting your growing water demands. And we published this in a book because it was a World Bank publication on water in African cities. You do see some very interesting innovations in this space in India. So if you, for example, look at Chennai, Chennai is a city that almost sort of on a Singapore model is developing a diverse portfolio of water sources. And it's very similar to the Singapore sort of 4 national taps. It has its monsoon dependent surface water, which is about 530 mLD, which is augmented with groundwater. It has 2 desalination plants of around 200 mLD, and it has 2 more under construction, so that's another source. It's embarked on a major rainwater harvesting initiative at the cluster level. And of course, Chennai is very famous for reuse. And a large, almost 10% of all the wastewater that's generated is being used by industrial estates, in particular the large car manufacturers. So Chennai really does have this diversity of water sources, or a portfolio of water sources that really gives it security, because if one of those sources dries up, it can start to move to those other sources. And similarly, Bangalore is also doing something very similar. where 300 mld of its reclaimed water is being pumped into sort of cascading tank systems to recharge its groundwater. And also it's embarking on some very innovative leakage reduction program that's going to free up quite a lot of good quality drinking water to meet, 110, I think it is, new urban developments. So we're seeing a lot of innovation, even in countries like India, around this sort of, understanding the productive use of water and how to match different grades for different uses. And this is just a diagram of Chennai's sort of diverse sources. Now, when we talk about looking at the entire water cycle in terms of water flows, there's also an opportunity by looking at the entire water cycle, looking at where we can capture other types of potential value, right? So of course there's energy, and we know traditionally about energy production at the wastewater treatment works, through anaerobic digestion and things like that, or microbial fuel cells. But you're seeing a lot of innovation now in terms of turbines which can be even in the drinking water supply system that can generate some pressure, so they can act as pressure reduction valves, but the energy can then be harnessed. And of course you get turbines within sewers where you have big gravity drops that can generate quite a lot of water, almost like a dam, like a hydroelectric type approach. So this is another area. And then of course there's nutrient recovery, and nutrient recovery can be harnessed both at the central wastewater treatment works, but it can also be harnessed in terms of in a decentralized way from fecal sludge. So a lot of innovation taking place in nutrient recovery as well. So in addition to reusing the water, we can generate a lot of value, and a lot of people are very excited that this is going to make the financial viability, particularly of our wastewater operations, more attractive moving forward. It's still very much in the R&D stage, but it's where we see the biggest growth in terms of research, and certainly in terms of research dollars for work that's being done both at universities, but also at sort of, up and coming R&D sort of what I would call sort of close to pilot stage type activities. The final area that I want to talk about is really around smart control, okay? And this is where we see a lot of innovation around digital water. And in the IWA, we've established a very successful digital water program where a lot of white papers are currently being published around digital. And when we think about digital water, we're really talking about an ecosystem, right? Where you have sensors that are capturing the data, a lot of innovation there. You have a lot of data processing activity, advancements in that space. And then you have a lot of innovation around smart devices that have their own onboard computer systems. And so people are talking about systems in the future where really you have silent running, right? People don't get too involved and the system sort of self-manages. So if we look at the system, we have innovations in terms of sensors. They're getting smaller, they're getting cheaper. We're also seeing a growth in multiple parameter arrays that measure many parameters across, say, for example, a contamination spectrum. And together, these sensors really offer a holistic view of what's going on in the system. And for example, here's some pictures of sort of like small sort of pipe robotics which go into the pipeline, and they enable you to look at where leaks are taking place and sort of really model what's going on within the water pipelines. But generally what I would say, and you can see it says there the 4 V's, we're developing sensors that are capturing information at a faster rate. So the velocity at which we're extracting the information is increasing. The variety of things that we are measuring is increasing. That's the second V. Those two together give us much greater volume of data. That's the third V. And then, the veracity of that information is improving. The quality of that information is improving. So quite a lot of work on sensor technologies. Moving on, we see quite a lot of work taking place in terms of data processing. So predictive analytics, where we forecast what might happen in the future. So we're actually anticipating issues and upsets, as well as identifying optimal sort of responses. And you see quite a lot of work on things like neural networks, where we've got pressure and flow sensor signals in real time to detect and forecast pipe bursts and leaks. And we're also seeing developments in things like cognitive computing, where we're able to simulate the human cognition process. So we can find solutions to fairly complex problems where the answers themselves might be quite ambiguous and uncertain. And in this regard, we're now starting to combine both structured and unstructured data, and we're making sense of it. As you probably know, a large part of the world's data is unstructured. I think they say about 80%. And this includes things like language in texts and documents, videos, audio, data sources. So combining that unstructured information with structured information really tells us quite a lot about what's going on in the system. And then finally, you're starting to see quite a lot of innovations in terms of smart pumps and smart valves, automated control, machine-to-machine control, so they're talking to each other. And this is all part of this sort of Industry 4.0 that you've all heard about. So this is where you have these pumps and valves which have their own IP addresses. They have intelligent power sort of operated actuators and microprocessing control on board. So they can receive information, they can make decisions, and they can respond. And so they actually start effectively acting as brains behind the automation that we're seeing in growing up. So this is sort of what we're seeing. And then collectively, all of this creates what we would call a silent running system, right? Where the involvement human beings start to become much more less important. And you're seeing some good innovations in this respect. So this is an example, for example, with underground infrastructure. We know that, we really don't know what happens to pipes once we lay them in terms of how they age and how, cracks and leaks and things start to form. So you see the combination of structured and unstructured data that's being utilized, that's being coupled with external data from sort of weather, so we can understand what's been happening to the soil in terms of the shrinking and expansion, in terms of traffic loading above pipes. And then we put them into sort of big data analytical engines. And we use that data to sort of do things like pipe condition assessment. And this is where we might combine hydraulic modeling to understand the significance of pipes with our predictions of pipe condition. And that then tells us which pipes should we respond to. And what we're able to do, because these models are, self-learning, we can send back information from our analysis to improve or to sort of recalibrate, if you like, these analytical engines that we've established. You're also seeing things like, when there's a pipe burst, you have lots more sensors. Those sensors sort of send back information to a command center. You have inverse modeling that then can sort of almost pinpoint, as a result of those pressure reductions and flow changes, where the leak took place. That then feeds an optimal valve isolation program, and that program then will inform automated valves to close so the system can be isolated and so the losses can be stopped. And then repair teams are immediately informed exactly where the location of that break is, what material they should take with them, and they can then go and respond fairly quickly. And the customer is informed in advance that a certain section of pipe is going to be isolated because of these losses, and they can then prepare for it. And you see some of this type of ecosystems also taking place in developing countries. And this is an example from Niger in West Africa, where you have something called the CT suite, and it combines smart and prepaid water meters, the CT meter, with sort of an integrated software management system, CT Cloud, and then it sort of connects to a pay-as-you-go system, so for customers through mobile phones can pay. And what you're basically having is you're having a smart device that monitors flows and sends this information to an analytical engine that then triggers alarms if flows go above a suspected level. And those alarms are set because there could be a leak in the pipe or there could be illegal use. And these analytical engines also show customers how to monitor their consumption. And then it provides some gamification so customers can see how they are doing compared to other people in terms of water utilization and how much they're paying for water. So you are seeing some really good innovations where water rationing is taking place and people are deploying this type of technology. And in sanitation, we also see some of this happening where we're seeing sensors in septic tanks that then can automatically inform people who have to go and desludge those tanks. When they need to desludge, it goes to a central control center. That central control center then does a routing algorithm, and it informs these collectors which routes to take in order to optimize their collection and their weight carrying capacity of this fecal sludge. And what this does is it ensures that the septic tanks are being emptied regularly so that you don't have this problem where, you know, the stuff gets hardened up and then it takes time to desludge. And also it can be done at a cheaper cost because you're sort of getting things like optimal routing algorithms and things that are allowing you to do that. This is an example in India where you have some public toilets which have sensors built in, and so that after one person uses the toilet, it automatically starts to sort of wash and clean the toilet. So they're sort of sealed units that sort of self-clean and self-wash, and they do this based on, you know, having a good understanding of the utilization of these units. So some very, very interesting stuff taking place in the digital space. And certainly within IWA, we are of the view that, you know, this is going to be the big enabler that allows us to do all these clever things that we want to do with water. Digital is not the end, it's a means to an end. One of the things that, just to finish on the digital story and I'll close, we've been looking at lots of utilities around the world, and we're trying to understand where do the utilities sit in terms of their maturity. And so we've classified different levels of maturity, and you can see that on the top of the diagram there. And so if you think about it, most utilities which we've studied in Europe and North America, they tend to be in what we would call the basic or opportunistic level. And this is where, you know, you might have the deployment of sensors for leakage management, and then separately and independently sensors for your activated sludge process. So very much silo-based operations, and they tend to use sort of traditional static rule-based models. And so those rules are fixed, they never change, and they're collecting data from one particular device or one particular unit process. And then it's sort of telling them what to do once a failure has happened. So it's not able to predict in advance what's going to happen, but it's sort of just allowing them to manage when something happens. And these types of utilities tend to be quite reactive. They only respond to things once they've happened. As we move on, we see the sort of more advanced type of utility where, as I showed you earlier, you're gathering information from a variety of sources. You have sort of fairly advanced analytical engines that are self-learning, and you're using both your sensor readings, but also external source data. You're combining that. And then you are sort of being very proactive. So you know that your anaerobic digester might be upset sort of 2 weeks in advance or a week in advance, or a pipe might break several months before it actually breaks. And then you're able to tell your customers in advance that they have to be prepared for something. And similarly, because of, you know, the analytical engines are what we would call based on dynamic rules, they are constantly being updated, and this is being refined. And these type of utilities tend to be very proactive and much more customer centric. And so what they tend to do is they work with their customers, they tell their customers in advance, you know, what they should be thinking about in terms of water utilization, in terms of how they might save money, how they are comparing with other customers. So it's very much an engaged type of relationship that they have with the customers of their utility. And then finally, the most interesting area that we see emerging is in terms of the transformational space. And this is really where people are looking at the capturing of large amounts of data and how to monetize that data. And so, you know, what people from outside the water sector are starting to see is that water utilities actually have a lot of information about human behavior and a lot of information about a certain customer demographic. And they can use that information to start to sell other products, but also to sort of understand consumer behavior that allows them to sort of, you know, I don't think it's all great, but, you know, start to provide more and more services. And people have even cited that the sort of Google model that you have, where Google provides the basic service for free, but they monetize based on customers' activities and behavior through other types of service providers. People are talking that in the future, the water sector might supply water for free, but it harnesses as much data from its customer base, and it uses that to sort of sell other products. And this is where people from outside the water sector are showing a lot of interest, because, you know, water utilities tend to have a monopoly in a town or in a city, and the amount of information they harness about their customers is quite huge. And one area where we've seen a lot of interest taking place is in terms of health management, and where you're seeing the deployment of smart toilets, where you are able to capture information on people's health from their stools and from their urine. And so you can connect that with health providers, and you can start to inform a healthcare provider that this person seems to their characteristics are changing a little bit, and then interventions can happen much more earlier. And this is, of course, done in an automated way. And so, this type of approach is something that you're seeing quite a lot of researchers looking into. And interestingly, in IWA, we've been doing a lot of work, particularly in terms of COVID, where we've been looking at sewer surveillance and sort of being able to predict in advance outbreaks of COVID in certain communities. So it's developing an early warning system by capturing lots of data, coupling that with sort of sewage characteristics, and then being able to predict what's happening to the society based on that. And so you're seeing, quite a lot of work evolving in that space. Just to finish, we have an IWA digital program. You guys can, if you're interested, please feel free to sort of look at some of the resources that we have available on our site. We have a lot of events that have taken place and are going to take place moving forward. We were meant to have a big digital water summit last year, but was cancelled because of COVID, and we're hoping to have that towards the end of this year or early next year. And there are lots of white papers available that you can download. I finish with always this slide when I talk, and it's just to say that as a sector, because of all the global change pressures that we're experiencing in terms of climate, in terms of population dynamics, in terms of asset deterioration, in terms of money and the lack of it, we cannot continue managing our water systems the way we have traditionally done, this sort of 19th century thinking. So we can't stay in the business as usual lane. I think where the water sector is at the moment is it's in the middle lane, right? We're trying to manage this sort of aged infrastructure, this 19th century system, and we're tinkering. We're trying to optimize them, we're trying to retrofit, but the gains are not sufficient to meet the needs. And so we're struggling, okay? And we're investing a lot of money because retrofitting is not cheap. I think we have to move to the far lane, which is really a paradigm shift. And this is where we start to rethink the way in which we use water and reuse water. We try to capture value from the waste streams. We start to move from sort of centralized systems to decentralized systems. We start thinking about the productive use of water. And I think we seize the opportunity that digitization might give us to enable us to do the clever things that we want to do. And I think a country like India, which is on the cusp of lots of infrastructure investments, particularly in terms of wastewater and sanitation, I think it really has the opportunity to reimagine how we do these things, and it has the opportunity to really set the template with which the rest of the world starts to sort of build their systems. I think India can create the imperative for change that's desperately needed within the water sector. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Kalanithy, for this great presentation, giving us a big picture overview on water management. We do have some questions, but we do not really have much time before the next session. So perhaps we'll share them with you, and if you feel like it, you can reach out to people.
Of course.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be a pleasure. And thank you very much for the invitation. And I wish you success with the rest of your event.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, take care. It's very early in the morning here, so I'm going to log off if that's
you're
it.
joining from the UK, right? So
Yeah.
Thanks
Thank you very much. Take care. Goodbye.
So Naran, now I hand over to Professor Naran Pindori to take us to the next keynote session.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Yeah, thank you very much. We have next keynote speaker, Dr. Ashok Das. Yes, I could see him. Hello. Yeah. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Ashok Das. Dr. Ashok Das is the founder CEO of SunMoksha, a company focused on clean technology solution of sustainable socio-economic development of rural hinterland. Dr. Das has a decade of hands-on experience in working on rural development with the state-of-the-art technology interventions in smart microgrid, renewable energy, IoT, and smart irrigation. Grounded at the grassroots, he has developed technology solutions and business model to address issues of sustainable rural development. His innovations have received several national and international awards. Dr. Das has also provided consulting to several national and international organizations such as the World Bank, UK DFID, KFW, ADB, and FPAN in clean technology and climate change. He is a member of the IEEE Humanitarian Activity Committee and IEEE Smart Village Working Groups in India and USA. As a founding chair of TIE Clean Tech Forum, he has been very active in developing the entrepreneurial ecosystem for clean technology social impact across India. Prior to founding SunMoksha, he worked for over a decade for semiconductor equipment manufacturer Applied Mechanics, and then headed the Indian operations of a fab automation startup System, both based in Silicon Valley. Prior to that, he worked for a startup MCTI developing equipment for waste to energy conversion. Dr. Das is a BTech from IIT Kanpur, India, and PhD from University of Southern California, Los Angeles, USA. With this very brief introduction to Dr. Das, I would now request Dr. Das to start the keynote session. Dr. Das, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Naren, and thank you for inviting me to this wonderful event you have. I got to present, and I will just get right away started. Do I have the? Okay, I can share the screen. So you just heard about, I know this sustainability conference is focused around water and energy. You just heard an eminent speaker on water. And for that matter, actually, I also have a relationship with the Kalanithy Patel Sustainability School. I gave a similar lecture, similar talk at the Florida Center about 3 years ago. And since then, we have been in touch with them. So it is a privilege to be again speaking through the same center to all these students who are the future of this nation and who are the flag bearers of sustainability. So what I will talk about is on the energy side. You heard a lot on water and how energy can catalyze rural development. I'll focus primarily on the rural work that we have been doing and how rural India can really benefit from renewable energy. As you all know, India lives in the villages. Believe me or not, I think I have been to more than 100 villages over the last decade or so, understanding challenges and problems. So it does have various challenges, multiple challenges it faces. And of course, I'm just reciting a few of them. You just have heard about water. Water and agriculture are correlated. and there is severe stress there. In sometimes we have drought, sometimes we have flood, and the sufferers are finally the farmers. How do they cope with these changing calamities, and that clearly impacts their livelihood? And you must be hearing a lot about many farmer suicide. It's all financial crisis suicide. So on the water side, you can see that we really have very stressed water level. This is a very recent data, and everywhere you see much more red than yellow. There is no blue at all now. So all across India, water is a problem, and we need to solve that. And some of the solutions were suggested by Kala. I will focus on some more. Energy is, India is supposed to be 100% electrified, but still there are areas, there are places where we don't have energy. And access to energy is one of the key requirement for sustainable development of the nation. You all are very familiar with the recent, migration issues due to the pandemic over the last decade. Last March, it was very tough. Many people have gone back to the villages, and they are again out of jobs. What livelihood activities do we create for them in the villages that they do not have to suffer this kind of, problems and this kind of misery that they have gone through? So how do we catalyze the village development? One of the farmers in a village in Bihar gave me this quotation that Pani hai to kisan hai, bijli hai to roji hai. So water and electricity are two key components that is the catalyst for the development of the villages. And we work extensively on these two in these two areas, essentially addressing the nexus of food, water, and energy. How are these three are tightly integrated, and they impact each other. So how do we address those issues and the impact of one on the other? The World Bank has defined various tiers of energy access, from tier 1 to tier 3. Tier 0 is nothing but no electricity, kerosene, candles, etc. And beyond tier 5 is the grid quality of electricity. A lot of people are focusing on tier 1 and tier 2, where provide light, give them mobile charger, give them some, something to watch television, and that's it. But what I believe is that the development will happen only if we start serving at tier 3, tier 4, and tier 5. That is required to catalyze the development, because that is when people will be able to use energy for productive activities and not just for amenities. Unless the economy of the village improves, no development can really take place. We all know about the various sustainable development goals and all the efforts that is being made to make this happen. We have our own theory on this, and we think that addressing these are important. But today we will be primarily focused on 7. So 7 is a catalyst, and 8 is the outcome. We believe that 8 is one of the key goals that we need to achieve to make the development accelerate in the villages. After all, the entire development depends on the economic growth. So how do we make that happen using the resources we have? So here is a short theory of change that we have developed. According to us, sustainable livelihood is the key. Once I have this economic growth and everybody has work, they will be able to take care of SDG 1, 2, 3, and 4. No doubt. You and I are not worried about these because we are economically strong to take care of our food, take care of our health, and take care of our kids' education. And the equalities follow therefrom. So 8 will result in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10. How do we make 8 happen? For that, we need inputs. And inputs are some of the solutions that we have developed, and these are anchored in SDG 6, 7, 9, and 12. 9 is industries. 12 is production, responsible production and consumption, that is villages, the farming. We need to make that happen, and we have to always keep in mind 13, 14, and 15, that how do we balance people, planet, and progress to make it all happen. Now, another key component is the partnerships. You have to work with the locals. We have to work locally and globally to make this happen. And we really interact. We are the villages. We work with them to make sure that we provide the solutions that they need and not what we want them to have. Now, this is not a linear process. It happens over time. You may have to repeat. You may have to go make one intervention, come back, see the impact, make another intervention. And this is a continuous process because development of a village or development of humanities or society, or the community is not a linear and a one-time process. It's a continuous process, and community goes from one level to another level to another, to the next level to finally attain the status of a sustainable community, and peace and justice prevail in the world. This process could also be generations. Maybe this generation will not benefit. It's the next generation that benefits. So keeping that in mind, we go and make interventions such that there is short-term impact as well as there is a long-term perspective and a long-term goal to achieve in these villages. So what we are on a mission to, empower the villages through the technology interventions. So we believe that the technology should not be something that you go and put it and you are done. It's the village. The villagers must be empowered. So we have developed technologies, again, renewable energy, IoT control, cloud technologies, energy efficiency-based solutions, water efficiency-based solution to do the irrigation and fertigation. For energy, we again have hybrid renewable energy-based solutions where we can use biomass, solar, hydro, biogas, whatever is the local resources available. You use those resources and our smart IoT and cloud technologies to deliver the electricity at a sustainable and predictable manner. And the third solution, Smart MEZ, is essentially a microeconomic zone model where my first two solutions go as input and create an economic hub in the village where livelihood and micro-entrepreneurship is the only goal. So here we are trying to see how we can create market linkage, how we can create more jobs in the villages to make the progress go ahead. Now, these villages are primarily very remote. We are working and it's not possible for us to be in every village all the time. So we have developed technologies that empower the locals to go and take care of these installations and these technologies. We have developed interfaces for villagers to interact with us. Again, no language, so that I don't have to translate into 15 different languages in India and about 500 languages across the world. So very simple, symbolic language we have. And then we have remote monitoring command center where we monitor everything remotely so that we know what is happening in the village. And that helps us do this entire development process and implementation process sustainably and over a long period of time. As I said, we engage the youth local talent for scalability and sustainability. They are trained during our implementations. They are trained in the colleges that we have developed, and they are the one who finally go back and start running these systems on their own. We do use a lot of, we interact, we work with colleges quite a bit. And in fact, we take them to these villages to not only see energy or the solutions in action, but also help the villagers, interact with the villagers, mentor them, and to teach them new things so that they learn and they become more and more tech savvy to take care of these technology interventions that we do. Here are some of the implementations we have done across India. We don't have time to go through these entire implementation. So what I will do, I will just go ahead and show you a few case studies where you can look at it and so it will just show you how we have used energy to go and look at look at it as a catalyst for, one second, I wanted to share my, share some. This is, the first is a village, it's a tiger reserve very far off in the remote village. And that is where we made our first intervention. And this is a video from DW News, which sort of explains what we have done there.
Chotki, this sleepy hamlet doesn't just look like a lost paradise. The remote village located in a tiger reserve is not connected to the electricity grid, cutting off its 600 residents from the developed world. Most people here are farmers. They still follow a traditional way of life. But things are changing. For the first time, Chotki's residents have access to electricity provided by this 30 kilowatt solar power plant set up earlier this year. It's part of a green technology project, the brainchild of social entrepreneur Ashok Das.
We had given them 200 watts.
He's partnered with local authorities to create India's first smart village in Odisha. Ashok's company has developed a smart nanogrid technology that allows the village's entire electrical infrastructure to be monitored remotely by the company's staff. Meters and sensors collect data on energy consumption, making it easy to remotely manage supply and demand. Villagers pay tariffs based on how much energy they use. The company has also trained local youth from the village to monitor the system and detect any faults or overloading. They can even carry out basic repairs on the spot, ensuring the equipment is well maintained and running smoothly. Ashok says the model can be a game changer.
By doing smart microgrid, what we are creating a basic infrastructure. We are creating a catalytic infrastructure on which many services will ride. Irrigation will ride, agricultural production will ride, food processing can be done, cold storage can be done, health services will come, tele-education services will come. All of these together provide the development for the village.
Many in the village are sensing new opportunities. Shrikant Adavar recently bought a photocopying machine and printer. In a makeshift office, he makes copies of ID cards and land deeds for his customers, as well as takes passport-size photos. It's a crucial service in rural India, where citizens need those documents to apply for government loans and open bank accounts. Earlier, people had to travel 50 kilometers to the nearest town to get their documents photocopied. So I thought, now that we have reliable electricity, why don't I provide the services right here? It saves villagers time and money, and I supplement my own income. Existing businesses, too, are seeing the benefits of uninterrupted access to power. As night falls, many can continue to operate. Street vendor Prabhakar Prusti also runs a grocery store. He now plans to invest in a fridge and offer cold drinks to his customers. Since we have electricity, my business has definitely improved. My shop can stay open till late in the night. I get more customers. For most villagers, the biggest changes since electricity arrived are simple. Street lights provide safety from wild animals, a priority in this tiger reserve. A few households have now got television sets, providing entertainment and drawing a large young audience tonight. Some even get to attend a coaching class in the village and do homework in the evening. Power that empowers. There are now plans to replicate Chotki's smart village model in other Indian states.
So similarly, we have, so this is a Chutki before and after. Definitely the activities, the amenities are as important as the economic activities. And we have moved the village from, again, tier 1 to tier 4 of energy access. This project definitely also won the Smart Village Award in the 2017 award. Here is a case study of Mauriguda. This is another village in Raigada. And despite being around, surrounded by the river, the villagers did not have any way to do irrigation and go from one crop to any multiple crops. So they were rain-fed monocrop. Water was unavailable for irrigation, and it was a rocky land. So we went, and our goal was to provide a solar water pumping solution for them and make it sustainable so that it is distributed between the farmers according to our need. So you have the local operator uses the tab or computer to assign which farmer will get how much of water, and that much water is delivered to that farmer, and he pays for the water being used. So that way, he doesn't have to invest in an entire system. As one system can be shared and used by multiple farmers, making it viable and affordable for everybody. Also, more importantly, water is not wasted. It's used only when required. If we have so many, if instead you could have multiple bore wells and multiple, water solution, water aquifers, that will deplete the water in the region very fast. So this way we are able to achieve both economic advantage and ecological advantage. We are also using sensors to actually find out how much water is needed, and you can give that much water to the field. So further reducing the need of water, further reducing the waste of water and the resources. So this is the transformation we saw in that village, and some of the villagers were really able to increase their income by 10 times, so from 10, 20 to 30,000, to almost 2 lakhs a year. That is the transformation that we want to see, and that is the catalyst that we want to be. Here is another village. It's an island village. Electricity would never reach there. So we have set up, and agriculture is one of the major, occupation. Small population, but no electricity, no irrigation, and no other livelihood. There is a market linkage problem. And to go to this village, 5 months in the year, in a year, we have to cross the river on a boat. Otherwise, there is a small road that goes to the there's a mud road that can take you to the village, but in the rainy season, the boat is the only way. So we have set up a solar power plant there, and in that first step was to get them out of darkness and give them some amenities, lighting, and the next step is to give them water solutions. So even now even though this is an island, there is no water here. So now we're trying to move the water from the river to the island. There is no groundwater availability. This project, again, as I said, won the Best Smart Grid Award at the ISGF award ceremony last year. This is this is another way of the development model. It's a Kata Shola, it's a tribal region, and almost 14 villages clustered. So here we have taken a cluster approach where we are taking a wasteland and converting it to a microeconomic zone with the economic or the micro entrepreneurs or micro enterprises which are locally relevant. You don't have to develop something which is uniform. This is very, very localized, it has to be localized, it has to be customized. And this is powered by, by our energy solution. And there is a market linkage created to take the products or the excess produce out in the market to increase the income of these villages. In this village, there was no ATM and no health center, so we are also setting up those facilities. Each of these will, however, be run as a micro enterprise. So there is a livelihood and there is an income generation for income generation activity for the people. We are also intervening with Aquanet in the villages around it. So this is a very water-starved area, and we are taking the water from a check dam into the fields through, again, solar water pumping solutions and our smart Aquanet interventions. So eventually what happens at the center of the village, you have a microeconomic zone linked to the market in the Jamshedpur and surrounded by 14 villages where we have various activities that feed into this microeconomic zone. Aquanet helps increase agriculture production, horticulture production. Then there is a forest produce being collected that will be produced here. Food being generated that can be processed here. And of course, there are some other activities like smart classes being set up for the children to get connected to the latest in technology. So this gives an entire supply chain for the income generation of the village. Our vision really is driven by Dr. Kalam's target 3 billion lives. He proposed a Pura model, provision of urban amenities for rural areas, and we have been literally following his his advice, his footsteps, and trying to implement these solutions into the villages. So how do we systematically transform the villages? Essentially, we start with some intervention. The low-hanging fruits are agriculture. Go into the next step of, once you have enough growth, then you set up cold rooms, food processing. Then you go ahead and set up the entire microeconomic zone to lead to the smart village and the Gram Swaraj that we have always dreamed of. So we have found that our solutions and whatever we have done in India has applications all across the world, in villages in Africa, villages even in US. And we are taking our solutions to these international destinations. All our solutions have received a lot of awards and recognition and media coverage. We work very extensively with international research universities on developing solutions and developing tools and techniques to measure the impact that our solutions are making. So what we are essentially focusing on: educated children, employed youth, happy farmers, and optimistic mothers. As I said earlier, it may not be one generation, it may be multi-generation. And we found that hope and that thought process in many of the villages that we have worked in. Like this woman wants her grandchildren to be like us, which is a great hope that we have created. Thank you, and I can take questions if I have time.
Thank you, Dr. Das, for your nice presentation. There are a few questions from attendees. So let me take one by one. Very first is how do we give a proper understanding the importance of the SDGs to the local village people?
Villagers don't understand.
How we will
Villagers
connect them
don't. Yeah.
to.
Yeah. How do we?
Okay, please go ahead, and then I will. Yeah.
So I said villagers don't understand SDGs. They understand only one thing. How? What is in it for me? How are my children going to go to school? How am I going to feed my children? How am I going to feed my family? How am I going to improve my life? So this SDG, we have to deal in two words. SDG is for the literate, it's just a framework. And in this framework, we formulate that how we are going to attack this problem or how we are going to address these issues in the SDG framework. So frankly speaking, SDG is not to be taught to the villagers and not to be explained to them. They don't care. They all they know is that they should be sustainable planets to preserve. So the people, planet, and progress are the three key components that they understand. They do understand planet much better than many of us in the cities do, and they're much more sustainable. And they just want progress. That's all.
Okay, great. So just one quick question: how we will connect them to achieve SDG, and how we will help them to increase their participation in localization of SDGs?
I think I already answered that question.
Correct. So with this, I think time is limited. So if there are any question, attendee can ask in offline. So offline mode. And with this, I greatly appreciate on behalf of KPCSD and IIT Gandhinagar, very enriching session by Dr. Das. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Das.
Thank you very much. And anybody, if they want to contact me, if we do work with students also, so they can come and work with us. They can do internship with us, but they have to be ready to go to the village. So all our internships are in the villages and in the field. Yeah. So, and you have all my information. Connect me anywhere you want. We are there to help you out.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your support and cooperation. Thank you. Yeah, with this, we have a session line up, this networking session 1. So welcome to the networking session 1, which focuses on recent trends and technology in renewable energy and water. This session provides a discussion platform to exhibitors and attendees to share specific areas in which they are seeking tangible collaboration around the sustainability. As we have been discussing, the focus areas in the sustainability and the sustainable development. So out of these areas, this session is more focused on renewable energy and water resources. So this session has 4 panelists representing the organization with the focus area of renewable energy and water. They will make a very short presentation on well-defined areas to start the conversations around the tangible collaborations and networking with the attendees. And after the presentation by the panelists, we will open the floor for comments and Q&A from attendees. So request attendees to post your questions, comments throughout the session using Q&A, and we will take up these questions in a discussion. So with this, it's my great pleasure to introduce the panel. Start with Dr. Akash Dauda. Let me just make sure that all panelists has joined. I see Akash here.
Naran, I'm present. Thank you.
Yeah. I see Akash here. Mr. Srinivas is here. Professor Manvita is here, and Mr. Jainath is also there. Perfect. So let me quickly introduce the panelists now. may I request panelists to switch on their camera? That would be great. Yeah, so start with the introduction of Dr. Akash Davda. He is presently working as a scientist E2 in Renewable Energy, Environment and Energy Efficiency Research Wing at Gujarat Energy Research and Management Institute, Gandhinagar. Then we have a second panelist, Mr. Srinivas Cherla. He is an engineer and a business graduate by qualification and an entrepreneur by profession. He has over 9 years of industry experience in product design and development both in the US and India. Before he turned into an entrepreneur, started working on developing technology solutions for energy sector. Their startup, Sustain Impact, works with IIM Ahmedabad and IIT Gandhinagar on DSN project titled Prosumer-Driven Integrated Smart Grid, focus on developing a blockchain platform for automatic demand response and peer-to-peer energy trading. Next panelist, Professor Manvita Baradi. Professor Manvita Baradi is the founder director of Urban Management Center, an organization Urban Management Center, an organization working towards professionalizing urban management in India and in South Asia. Since May 2013, she is the professor and dean of the Faculty of Management at the SEPT University and has set up a 2-year post-graduation program in urban management. Then fourth panelist, Mr. Jayanathan Karunanidhi. He represents the India office of International Water Association based in Chennai. IWA is a global membership association for water professionals, headquartered in London with a legacy of more than 70 years. He is an alumni of NIT Trichy with his interest in modeling wastewater treatment plants. So with very brief introduction of this four panelists, I would now request the panelists to start the quick presentation as I mentioned in my opening remarks. So start with Dr. Akash Davda. I would request Akash Davda to make a short presentation, please. Akash, your mic is, you are muted, Akash.
Yeah, thank you. I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you are audible and
Yeah.
also.
Great. So good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Naran, for introducing me. As you said, I'm Dr. Akash. I work as a senior scientist and I also head the Renewable Trainings division at JERMI. JERMI stands for Gujarat Energy Research and Management Institute. As I understand, I'm given around 3 minutes, so I'll be keeping short and brief. Just one slide to show the overview. Like JERMI is promoted by Gujarat State Petroleum Corporation, a state PSU. We are a non-for-profit organization. We fall under Energy and Petrochemical Department of Government of Gujarat. We are a society under trust and we are recognized by DSIR as Scientific and Industrial Research Organization. We are also a Schedule 1 environmental auditor and energy auditors, and we are also an ISO certified institute. So quickly, we work in capacity building activities, and the following areas are our core areas. We have been doing training since more than 10 years now. So our core areas are first is renewable energy, especially solar energy. Second is electric vehicles, and within these two areas, we do training programs, we do training of trainers, and we also do training of master trainers. Other areas where we have started to work recently is energy storage and smart cities, where we have started imparting trainings. And the stakeholders for which we do these trainings are solar installers, entrepreneurs, startups, discom engineers, government officials, professional students, and faculties. So we cover almost entire spectrum of the value chain of a particular sector. We are in center of excellence for renewable energy under Skill Council for Green Jobs and MNRE. And what we do under the Renewable Energy Center of Excellence is, yes, Naran.
Could you please go to the presentation? Looks like.
Oh, this is. Can you see the screen? Or
I can see the screen, but it's not in a presentation yet. Anyway, let us proceed. No issues.
Okay, fine.
No issues.
Yeah, so under the Renewable Energy Center of Excellence, what we do is we do various trainings, we do pilot projects, we do demonstrations, and we see there would be a lot of maintenance issues coming in with the deployment of so much of rooftop solar. So we want to develop an entire value chain for solar O&M ecosystem. And we have also proposed the Center of Excellence for electric vehicles, where we would be taking care of skilling, policy, pilot projects, and demonstrations. Pilot projects and demonstration in the sense we want to demonstrate how the charging infrastructure can be developed, what is a charging station, how can renewables be integrated with the charging station. And one more thing I would like to highlight here is that Jeremy acts as a technical backbone for government of Gujarat in framing policies. So the solar energy policy of 2015 and 2020 are framed by Jeremy. We have also drafted the electric vehicle policy for Gujarat state, and within a month or two it should be out. So we have gathered a lot of knowledge for policy framing. Our research interest, the main thing here is we are interested in battery storage, especially utility scale. We have a 1 megawatt plant right in our campus for multi-technology photovoltaics, and we have proposed a battery storage system there. So we need to understand, the grid stability issues. Then we are also interested in microgrids. We have done one in Ranchi, Jharkhand. We are interested in business models in e-mobility sector, EV charging station placements, and we do a lot of skill gap surveys for various sectors, especially renewables and electric vehicle sectors. And so how can we collaborate in these areas of interest which are to Jeremy? One is we do a lot of MOU, we do a lot of agreements with various organizations, with various individuals who want to work with Jeremy. And second is we can do a joint proposal submission in the areas of anything in renewable energy and electric vehicle space. We would be happy to submit a joint proposal. And also there are a lot of internship opportunities at Jeremy. So for students who are interested, they can always apply. So I think this was my presentation. I wanted to keep it brief just to show what are the areas of interest. So thank you, and we'll be taking up questions and discussions in the following session. Thank you, Dr. Maran.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Akash, for a quick presentation. I would request now Mr. Srinivas to have a very short presentation to open up a discussion, please.
Okay. Just let me know once you're able to see my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So a very good morning to all the participants and to the esteemed panelists. I'm Srinivas Charla and I'm representing the startup Sustain Impact. We started off somewhere in 2017 and we primarily focus on technology products for energy sector. We have, as Professor Naran already indicated, we have worked with IIM Ahmedabad and IIT Gandhinagar on developing a few projects for demand side. The background behind this is that the energy ecosystem itself is undergoing a major transition, wherein there's a lot of, variation dynamics coming in from renewable energy and from demand supply variations, and the needs for digitization of utilities are quite obvious. And from the consumer side as well, there's increasing expectations for more reliable energy, lower cost energy, more greener energy. And so we come in somewhere in the cusp of all of that, when we are trying to develop consumer-centric solutions, technology-driven solutions for helping the transition to a clean and transactive energy ecosystem. So where we, as Professor Naran indicated, and we are looking at a few collaboration areas with academia. As we are working at with upcoming technologies which are yet to mature, for instance, blockchain, AI/ML, they're constantly upgrading, constantly evolving segments. We are certainly looking for research opportunities, collaboration opportunities with academia at the fringes of these technologies, right? Of course, we do ourselves have enterprise level product development background, so we can assess the maturity of those technologies and see if they can fit the stability requirements and the performance requirements of enterprises. Okay, so we are looking at collaborations in the areas of automated demand response. We are working, or we are constantly in discussions with utilities on a couple of use cases around substation and feeder level energy metering and reconciliation, where we understand that industry is facing a lot of issues. We are working on data analytics and primarily targeting areas like asset health monitoring, load demand monitoring functions, which are more rule based as opposed to decision making, wherein there will be a lot of human intervention. Okay, so these are more closer to where industry can readily accept solutions. We're also working on say areas such as opportunities such as retrofitting of existing energy meters to smart energy meters using IoT technologies. And of course, we are in collaboration with IIT Gandhinagar on vehicle to grid demonstration technologies. So these are some of the areas that we are seeking collaborations and would welcome any interested parties to get in touch with us. You can reach out to me either on my mobile or the email srinivas@sustainimpact.com. Thanks, Dr. Naran. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivas. With this, I now request Professor Manvita to kindly present her views on the urban development side.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Naran, and it's a pleasure to be talking to you all. Are my slides visible?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thanks so much. Okay, so I'm Manvita Varadi. I'm the director of the Urban Management Center, and the name suggests we dwell with working with on urban issues with city, state, and center governments. We are a non-profit organization, and we've been around 25 years plus. And our main focus is where we believe that city governments require a lot of innovations and require support in delivering their functions. They are mandated to do it, but they require support from professionals as well. So we created this organization, and we're working in collaboration with other development sector organizations here. Our main challenge, which I would like to share today with you, is a grey water management system. As you all have probably heard the keynote addresses which revolve, and our panelists very aptly put it, that there are policies, there are systems, a lot innovation needs to happen, and we as an organization believe that management is to the core. Technology exists, but not in the way we would want to apply in our scenario. So I'm going to walk you through a scenario in Gujarat, where what we have found, and here we need your collaboration. So what we have found is there is unsafe disposal, open discharge without treatment into open grounds and water bodies. probably you all know, there are multiple discharge points, and this requires cost-effective solutions. BOD and COD ranges are high, and I have a screen here shot which of a sample which we got it done, which provides you understanding that though the villages say even 15,000 people, there are multiple discharge points, and hence the technology solution becomes extremely important. There are sudden variations in BOD concentrations because sometimes daily operations or discharge of septic during off-peak hours come in. There's lack of treatment infrastructure at the villages, and technologies for scales, as I mentioned, in rural areas are absent. Lack of low-cost, mature, nature-based treatment options are also not possible here because of the fluctuations in which the grey water comes in. If you understand the scenario here, in Gujarat villages, there are black water is carried on a pipe network, but grey water is allowed to be flowing in the open drains. Now that's a big hazard, and we need to recognize that. You can see here in photographs that this is a common site, and these discharges flow into our rivers and create water-borne diseases, and we ultimately drink this water. So it is a hazard for us as well. Now, if you see what kind of technology options we have looked at, say biological or natural processes, we look at phyro technology, soil biotechnology, and we have listed here. There are also mechanical processes we've listed here. However, the natural processes, as I mentioned, has not helped because of the scale at which the villages in Gujarat are designed to carry the wastewater load, and that's really to be looked at in detail. Here, the mechanized processes are cost intensive, and rural areas have hardly any grants to support this from the state or the central governments, and of course their own systems are feeble enough to afford such costly mechanized processes. The other problem of the natural systems are also that there are multiple points, and it becomes extremely difficult to look at how these solutions could be worked out. So are there any innovative solutions for treatment of grey water in such a decentralized approach where we are seeking support from this fraternity? Thank you. I'll stop here. I know I have little time, so you can contact me on our website. You can see more details about what we do, and you can contact me on info@umcasia.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Manavita, for the quick presentation and open up the floor for question activities. I would now request Mr. Jayanathan to have a quick presentation, please.
Thank you. I'll wait for the screen share. I think I need permission to start the screen sharing.
Okay, just a minute.
Sure.
Could you please try now?
Yes, I'll try now.
Yes.
I hope you can see the screen now.
Yes, screen is clear.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's an immense pleasure for me to be here. I am Jayanathan Kalanithy from International Water Association's Indian office. I'm sure you'll be knowing that IWA is a global water association, which are headquartered in London, but we are in India from 2018, and we have a very good presence here. And me representing the association is in terms of what we can do to work together with universities, industries, NGOs, as well as practitioners, individual practitioners. With respect to the universities, we are currently working with universities like IIT Madras. We are working with VIT Vellore in terms of bringing together, developing joint programs. We are working on that front, and this specific joint programs is more in terms of developing programs that aid capacity development for the water professionals, specifically in public and private utilities. In terms of the academia, we also have a setup called as a specialist group. So within IWA, there are 50 specialist groups that serve niche areas like anaerobic digestion, advanced oxidation processes, water policy with specific to regulation, in terms of other key areas like modeling wastewater treatment plants. So all these niche areas has its own specialist group, and all these specialist group have a list of practitioners and experts whom we can take advantage of. So this goes in two ways. So one, specialist groups aid in uh, pushing the limits of our research in our own institutions through joint collaborations. We welcome joint collaborations and we facilitate joint collaborations with institutes not only in India but also abroad in terms of PUB Singapore, KWR Netherlands. So those are the institutions that we work currently. In addition to that, we also work with the industry. So there are very good examples. Our partnership with Chennai Metro Water. Chennai Metro Water is one of the largest water utility in India, and with Chennai Metro Water, we are jointly developing programs for their incoming engineers who come in every year. And this is a program that we are seeking to partner with other utilities, other city water utilities as well in India. In addition to that, we also work with private utilities like L&T, VATech, WABAG. With specific to L&T, we have facilitated programs that allowed us to create a program on non-revenue water management. That is a program that we are currently working on to shape a program for practitioners. In addition to that, we also aid access to the experts, specifically in the domain of water reuse. I'm sure with water reuse becoming a buzzing topic in India, with many water reuse projects coming across India, specifically in Chennai, Bangalore, in Jaipur, and in New Delhi. We are seeing more water reuse projects coming up, and with the present government's initiative, I think the projects are going to go up, which means the need for know-how, the need for a basic training as well as advanced training in process is very critical. And that's where IWA comes in, because we are able to tap into the network that we have already access to. The 70-year legacy helps us to bring together practitioners and experts from across the world for our specific needs. In addition to that, we also have programs wherein we collaborate with non-governmental organizations. Our partnership with Center for Science and Environment has bringing a lot of opportunities, not only for young water professionals, but also for experienced professionals who want to learn about specific techniques that they want to apply in their own areas. Our specific partnership with Center for Science and Environment in terms of Shit Flow Diagram Week, SFD Week we call it, and where we focus on non-sewer sanitation, the means to develop these shit flow diagrams for every city that gives focus, that gives input on the kind of fecal sludge problem that every city has. In fact, that program is happening every year, and we are also collaborating with Center for Science and Environment on various online training programs, both for experienced practitioners as well as the young water professionals. In addition to that, I'll just want to end by saying that this IWA as a platform is providing a very good opportunity for young water professionals who are working in water sector as well as who are researching in water sector, because this is a platform wherein they can take a leapfrog effort in terms of tapping into the other networks that are across the world. And I would want to point a program that we do with the British Deputy High Commission, which is based in Chennai. In fact, we had our first program wherein we brought in the TISS, the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and also experts from UK, wherein we discussed upon the water regulation, the question of water pricing, and also the way forward to develop or contextualize the policies that we have in our country to the greater needs. So I would like to end my presentation by saying that IWA is here in India, quite a vibrant community that we have with access to all the IIT and NIT networks, the key public and private utilities, and also the NGO networks that is already present. So we are open for partnerships. We are open for collaboration to jointly develop new programs that can allow capacity development to happen in water and sanitation sector, which is the key need of the hour. So with this, I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to more questions in this session, and also I'll be available throughout the day to receive more questions and possible conversations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So as we understand that this panel is strategically formed to discuss the key challenges around the water and energy nexus that we can try to address some of the key challenges through the collaboration, industry-academia collaboration, industry-industry collaboration. So that's where now the forum is open to take up these questions to the individual panel member or as the networking session. So the very first question that I would like to pose on behalf of attendee. So what the question is, wastewater treatment with the help of eco-friendly herbal solution and eco-magnetic water descalize, is it really works, and how it can be implemented for a small village wastewater? Maybe this question is more suitable to either Mr. Jayanthan or Professor Manavita. May I request one of the panel member may answer this question?
I would request Professor Manavita to take the lead here.
Thank you. I'll go first. I'll also like to listen to you, Mr. Jayanthan. But the question? Thanks for the question. It is very difficult, as I mentioned, to look at decentralized, low-cost solutions. What you suggested of technologies exist, but when it comes to a village which is 10 to 15,000 population and there are multiple discharge points. So at that point of time, and the cost effectiveness, because it's not affordable to connect all, make a big plant and then run the system, because one, there is capacity issues, second, the fund problems, and third, the know-how of keeping it running and sustainability of it. So these three problems mar the design and design of even if best technologies are used. So we need a solution which is low cost, which is employable, and which is available easily to be constructed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Jayanthan.
Yes. So with this specific question, I think as Dr. Manavita rightly said, it is a question of scale and also the choice of appropriate technology for the specific context. In fact, the case studies that we see across India, there are many cases where the choice of technology might not be appropriate, specifically the context. And also the second question is, what do we do about the recurring operation and maintenance issues of these electromechanical systems that we talk about? So that is specifically a problem that we are going to face much more, because now we are constructing more STPs. Now we are increasing our efforts in terms of building more treatment facilities. That is one question. That is one point that we need to keep in mind. And the second point is about the ecosystem, right? There needs to be an ecosystem wherein there is not just the technology suppliers, but also the maintenance consultants are very required. The conservancy workers, what is their level of training, right? That's where I think the capacity development comes in, and the capacity building cannot be a copy paste job from the West, right? It has to be homegrown, it has to be contextualized, and it has to keep in mind the price pressures that many of the urban local bodies face, because many of the ULBs that we have in India, they have a funding crunch, and the choice of technology has to keep in mind of this recurring expenses that we talk about. That is one thing. And the second thing is, in terms of nature-based solutions, the application of nature-based solutions cannot be outright in terms of, I mean, it is not a question of whether it is nature-based solution decentralized versus centralized. It is always about the context. I'm sure Dr. Manavita rightly said, it is always about the context. And if the ULB is confident of maintaining some of these technologies like SBR, like MBR, so there are many technologies that are coming up, but there are also pinching problems in terms of cost benefit analysis is very much required, Dr. Naren. So with this, I think I'll end my sort of brief answer. Thanks.
Thanks. Follow-up question is, can an approach to reuse grey water by inherently connecting grey water pipes to sanitation necessary activities like flushing and cleaning works? I think this question is more suited to Professor Manavita.
Thank you. Yes, the question does mention that what if we, as I probably re-put it, what happens if black water and grey water are connected? Would we have a better system? Yes, for sure, because BOD levels are high. There are low-cost solutions like DWATS, which is decentralized water treatment facilities, and membrane-based, as mentioned earlier as well. Those technologies exist. If we connect black water and grey water, it is possible. But however, in many villages or even peripheral urban local bodies, what has happened is for black water, either septic tank exists and the decentralized system like FSM is kind of carried out. That system is separately, but grey water, typically villages let off kitchen and bathroom waters in the open drains. Now here what happens is now people have started using chemicals a lot, like Harpic and all the detergents etc are being used even in the villages. With that, the chemicals in the system disallows the growth of microbes etc, and hence the challenges is much higher. So low-cost solution in nature-based is not, we have seen not being effective enough, and we have examples which have failed in some of the villages in Gujarat, and that's really unfortunate. Though more than 50 to 80 lakh rupees were spent, so land is not a problem, but technology itself is it becomes unviable. And here, the engineers and managers have to sit together and come out with some solutions which are cost effective. Thank you.
Professor, as you rightly mentioned, the recent technology towards the smart sensing and maybe digitalization and the distributed sensor may really help to pave the way towards water management, or even the other aspect about the water quality, water management, right? Do you wish to throw some light on that aspect, like how are we stand today in terms of the smart gadget or smart devices to manage the water challenges? If you or Mr. Jayanathan may throw some light.
Okay. May I go with this question?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. As Dr. Manavita rightly said about the technology and also the changing nature of our wastewater itself, right? Because we have nature-based solutions, but at the same time, how do we make it appropriate, or how do we know that the solution is appropriate or not? It depends upon how we characterize our wastewater, right? Most of the time, the way we characterize the water, wastewater, at least in India, we stop with COD, BOD. I mean, it is all accumulated. It is all a accumulated parameter, right? It is a composite parameter. But what we have to know more is what else is there in the wastewater, right? That's where the personal care products comes in. The cleaning products comes in, the byproducts that are the chemical byproducts that are already there in wastewater that we don't characterize it effectively. So when we miss out on those information, we always miss out on the choice of the technology also, right? Because we do not know the information in first hand, we apply a technology and we see the technology fail. So that's where I think sensing technology is definitely a game changer, because there is a chance for us to know what is there in the wastewater, one. And the second thing is, many of our wastewater treatment plants, even if we take centralized treatment plants, I have to add that activated sludge process, the regular activated sludge process, nearly 50% of the energy requirement is primarily for aeration, right? We are pumping in a lot of oxygen, we are pumping in a lot of air, and the energy demand for treating a wastewater is quite high. And that's where effective control strategies comes in, right? wherein we are not aerating much more than what we require. The optimal aeration is what we require, and when we do optimal aeration, we also do a lot of energy savings also. I think that's where sensing technology comes in, but sensors in combination with better control strategies is quite important, and that also helps us in better O&M outcomes, because we are not running a pump when it is not required to be pumping, or when it's not required to be aerating the wastewater. I think it is a cumulative process, and I would like to bring attention to the digital water program. And in fact, in our stall, we have the digital water reports that we have put up in our stall, and you are free to download and read it. There are, in fact, this is not an India-specific problem, right? This is a problem that is faced across the world. How do we make the water treatment much more energy effective? That is a question that we are dealing with, and I think that is a way forward. Especially in India, we are constructing STPs at a range that we have never seen in history, right? So I think that's very critical. The energy and the water nexus that is there, it's very critical for us to be observant about. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your inputs here. Professor Manvita, if you would like to add any points.
No, I just wanted to mention, and I totally agree with Mr. Jainathan, that energy and water nexus is huge. Smaller cities and even class D municipalities and villages don't have enough electricity. Now, first would be you give electricity to the households or dairy and agriculture areas, and then you would think of employing that energy into such treatment facilities. So that's always the last bit. And unfortunately, grants to the in this areas are not coming in. So cities or villages are left to themselves to find solutions. There is not enough research and development happening, and hence my great appeal to this fraternity that we need to invest in research and development as much as we can think of, and there is a huge need here, and I welcome even IWA to take this call up, and we can really create a nexus and work towards it. Thank you.
Certainly. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Many thanks for your all inputs here. We had a couple of questions from water segment. Now let us take up few questions from energy segment. One quick question to Dr. Akash Davda about electrical vehicle regulation and policy you mentioned about, and you said it will very soon be implemented by government of Gujarat. Akash, would you please mention about, would you please say what about vehicle to grid policy? Is there any regulation that vehicle owner can share or can sell the electricity to the grid at any point of the time when there is energy excess in the vehicle? Is there any policy towards that direction?
Not at this moment. So basically what the government is intending is that we already have the FAME2 policy in place for electric vehicles, which is rolled out across the country. And to the top of it, around 15-16 states have framed their own policy, which is more or less a top up to the FAME2. And the same is the intention of right now government of Gujarat, because we need to start with something. At least we don't have a state policy for electric vehicles. So essentially what is targeted is Gujarat government's the electric vehicle policy would be more or less an extension of the FAME2 policy. And I think at this moment the vehicle to grid is not there in it, and not in a regulation also. But soon, once the electric vehicle policy is in place within a couple of days, we would have the base to start with. Start with skilling, to start with vehicle to grid, to start with grid vehicle to vehicle. There are a lot of other things, the recent advancements which can be built upon once we have the policy in place. So we are just currently right now waiting for the policy, the base, and once the policy in place, we can always have add-ons and amendments to that. And then of course what you said is in our plan, But at the moment, we would first like to have the base policy in place so we can build upon that, the various aspects in the e-mobility sector.
Okay, great. So the follow-up question to Mr. Srinivas regarding you mentioned about the blockchain integration for a transactive energy market. What do you see about the implementation at the industry and commercial customer level? And do you see any aspect about the regulation in place? So basically, how commercial or commercialization model works for the blockchain in the power sector?
Yeah, Dr. Naran, unfortunately, I missed a few some of your question because there was a glitch in the net, I believe. But in general, your question was about the energy 4.0 technologies and how the adoption in industry is and techno-commercial aspects. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So what I can tell is at this point, all these energy 4.0 technologies, which is blockchain, AI, ML, are still evolving. The industry naturally doesn't like to jump readily into anything that they still consider as evolving. So there is a lot of inertia in terms of are these the right solutions? Can they be, what kind of impact will adoption of such a technology have on the current running processes? What is the cost of these solutions? So naturally, from business perspective, they're mainly looking at cost, cost viability, and robustness of these solutions when they're implemented. What we have seen though is a great enthusiasm from industry in learning more about this technology. So when we approached industry about on implementation of blockchain for say peer-to-peer energy trading use case, they had a lot more questions, not just about peer-to-peer energy trading, but about how blockchain can be implemented, for instance, in energy reconciliation aspects, as I said, at a substation level, wherein they want to see the energy import, incomer and outgoing from substation, and reconcile it at a real time. So they're looking at how blockchain as a technology, blockchain AI/ML as a technology can be applied for other industry use cases as well, which is definitely a good thing in the sense now the industry machinery is just waking up and they are now thinking about where else can this technology be applied, and they're ready to put in some money to see how the technology works, which is at least a good sign, right? I think the way industry will progress is
yes, so your input on how blockchain be the potential for energy sector is very well, that question is very well addressed. Thank you very much for your input, Senior. Thank you. So with this, I think we are towards a closing of the panel session. I, on behalf of the Sustainability Fair event today, must thank all panelists and all attendees for their input and the question and answer session here. Thank you very much. We have this next session is the keynote address by Dr. Rajendra Singh. I see he has already joined this event. I would request now Professor Pandey to moderate this keynote session by Dr. Rajendra Singh. Thank you very much to all of you attending this session today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Naran, and it was a wonderful session. And I believe Dr. Rajendra Singh has already joined. Pagni, can you check up? I saw him.
So that's fine. You thrown out everybody else, right?
Yes. So yes, Professor Pandey. So Dr. Rajendra Singh had joined, but I think he's facing some technical issues, so I don't see him as a panelist right now.
Okay.
Yes. So I'll just check and I'll let you know.
Yeah, kindly please check.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, please. Dr. Rajendra Singh has been traveling in Uttarkashi. Actually, he was in Uttarakhand, and there was some connectivity issue there, so he especially came down to Dehradun. I spoke to him this morning. So he has already come to Dehradun, and he was saying that there should not be any issue of connectivity. So I saw him also a little while ago. He had already joined, but probably there must be something wrong. I think in a minute or two it should be over, and he should be here with us, whatever problems are there. As long as he is joining, I think I can give a little bit of background about his works to the panelists as well as to other participants, the faculty members, students, and so many other organizations already joined. I hope I am audible, Pagani.
Yes, Professor Pandey.
Yeah. Now, Dr. Rajendra Singh is basically a man who is working on the ground. So his works have a very different flavor. He's a man of people, he's a man of communities, and he's actually known as the Waterman of India. And he has been taking a lot of field work along with people. He had been walking along the roads. So he's really a people's mobilizer, and his efforts have resulted into rejuvenation of village level ponds and rivers, and so much of good work he has done. He has received a lot of awards also, which I'll be mentioning after he joins and we formally introduce him. But to tell a small background about his life, he belongs to Rajasthan basically, and during his student days, he wanted to become a Ayurved practitioner, and in fact, he became an Ayurved doctor, and he started to practice in Jaipur also. And when he was meeting people who were virtually coming from the villages, and then he came to know that most of the diseases they suffer from is because of water, actually, both the quality of water, and they were not having sufficient quantity of water also. And therefore, he got interested in this sector, and he left his practice, and from a city, he actually moved to a village. So he moved to a village in Alwar district of Rajasthan, which is very close to Sariska Tiger Reserve. And there he started understanding the local wisdom, understanding the communities, mobilizing the community, and they started making use of traditional wisdom. And whatever traditional wisdom the communities had, he gave them a structure, he gave them a form, and they started doing all kinds of works for water conservation in the village. And very soon, from village to village to village, more than hundreds of villages they covered, and the impact is so great that the groundwater has gone up, and a number of village ponds and 5 rivers of Rajasthan have been rejuvenated because of his efforts. So he is basically a man of communities, man who works with the communities, lives in the villages, moves with people, and mobilizes people. So his work has a totally different flavor, very important work. And he also tries to combine the traditional wisdom with scientific understanding of the groundwater and the water recharging, and how the efficiency of groundwater recharging structures can be improved. So these are the areas in which he has done really commendable work. I'm very sure that his talk would be very inspiring to all of us. Now, Faguni, any update? He has joined.
Professor Pandey,
Yes.
while he is while he is joining, we will play a video for a while, so that in the meantime, because it seems that the network is poor, so we'll try connecting to him again. In the
Okay.
meanwhile, we'll have this video played.
Okay, sure, sure. Tarun, Bharat Sangh is the organization to which Dr. Rajendra Singh belongs.
Yes, hi, Dr. Rajendra Singh and Dr. Pandey. So, sir is there.
Okay.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste, namaste, sir.
Namaste,
This is
namaste,
Pandey here.
Pandaji.
Yeah,
Pandaji, namaskar.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you among us, though not physically, but online. But it's really great that you could connect. We were really waiting for you. So, should we start the session now, Pagni? Yeah. Yeah. Now that Dr. Rajendra Singh is, Dr. Rajendra Singh, are you able to hear me? Okay. Dr. Singh, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes, very clearly.
Okay, okay. Thanks a lot, Dr. Singh. So I welcome all the panelists to this very special session. Let us start the session of Dr. Rajendra Singh with a brief introduction. Now, Dr. Rajendra Singh, friends, is known as the Waterman of India. We are really honored that today he is among us. And on behalf of IIT Gandhinagar, on behalf of the Kiran Patel Center for Sustainable Development, I extend a very hearty welcome to Dr. Rajendra Singh, who has been very kind to accept our invitation and to be here. As I was telling you all that he was touring in Uttarakhand, and he has come down to Dehradun today so that he could have connectivity and he could talk to us. And I also welcome today to all the panelists and all the faculty members of IIT, students, and members of other organizations, government as well as non-government organizations. Now, to give a brief introduction of Dr. Rajendra Singh, his work has a very different flavor. He's a man on the ground. We can call him is kind of a foot soldier or a general of foot soldiers now, because he has got so many followers now. And his works are deeply rooted in traditional wisdom. You know, he has worked with the communities and learned a lot from the traditional wisdom and tried to translate this traditional wisdom into rainwater harvesting or water harvesting structures. He is a water conservationist and environmentalist. He has helped the villagers take charge of water management in the semi-arid areas of Alwar district of Rajasthan. And there's one traditional structure called Johad, and I believe he'll be speaking about it also. And he has done a lot of work through this structure called Johad and other water harvesting structures as well. Now, it is also very interesting to note that he basically wanted to start his career as an Ayurveda practitioner, isn't it, Dr. Singh? That's what you had told me once. And practitioner, and this is the profession he actually started, but later on he switched over to water because he felt that most of the problems the villagers are facing is because of the non-availability of sufficient water and the bad quality, poor quality of water also. He started his works with some villages in Alwar district, and he joined Tarun Bharat Sangh and became a leader in this field. And he initially started with a single village in 1985. His work was confined to one village, and over the years now his work covers more than 1,000 villages, and he has revived 5 well-known rivers of Rajasthan. He has received many awards, and I think I need to mention that in 2001, Dr. Singh received the Raman Magsaysay Award for his pioneering work in community-based efforts in water harvesting and water management. In 2005, he received the Jamla Lal Bajaj Award for application of science and technology for rural development. In 2008, the Guardian actually listed him as one of the 50 people who could actually save this planet. So that's a very important achievement by Dr. Singh. In 2015, he won the Stockholm Water Prize, which is considered to be, as good in the water sector as a Nobel Prize. And in 2016, he was bestowed with the Ahimsa Award by the Institute of Jainology in UK. With this, I once again welcome Dr. Singh. And sir, your session starts now, and the floor is yours. And we will like to have many questions also. So after 30 minutes, I'll give you a very humble message that the question answer session should start now. And Professor Ambika Ayadurai, she would be moderating the question answer part of it. I hope that she is here. Otherwise, I am here. And so with this, I request Dr. Rajendra Singh to start his presentation. We are really eager to hear you, Dr. Singh. Dr. Rajendra Singh, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. IIT के प्रोफेसर पांडे और पैनलिस्ट और विद्यार्थियों, शिक्षकों, हम अभी पूरी दुनिया को है कि पानी के जो काम हुए उनके कामों के साथ सस्टेनेबिलिटी का एस्पेक्ट कभी देखा नहीं गया, और चूंकि उसमें इंडिजिनस नॉलेज और विजडम, लोकल विजडम उसके साथ नहीं थी, तो दुनिया में जहां भी ये मॉडर्न डेवलपमेंट की टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग ने और डिसइंटीग्रेटेड साइंस ने, जो साइंस कैलकुलेशन और इक्वेशन से बनती है, उसने जो काम किए उसके कारण उसमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी नहीं रही और लोग बेपानी होकर उजड़ते गए। मैंने पिछले 6 वर्षों में दुनिया के 90 देशों की यात्रा करके ये देखने, आंखों से देखने की कोशिश की कि जहां लोग बेपानी होते हैं वो कैसे डिस्प्लेस्ड होते हैं, कैसे डिस्प्लेसमेंट होता है और फिर वो कहाँ जाते हैं। तो उनके डिस्प्लेसमेंट को फॉलो करके ये समझ में आया कि उनका डिस्प्लेसमेंट तो मिसमैनेजमेंट ऑफ वाटर और मिसयूज ऑफ वाटर, और जो भी उन्होंने कंजर्वेशन की टेक्नोलॉजी काम में ली उसमें रियली कंजर्वेशन नहीं था, उसमें केवल डेवलपमेंट था। डेवलपमेंट के नाम पर बहुत वाटर बॉडीज बनी, पर उन वाटर बॉडीज में कोई जो एक कंजर्वेशन की जो विजडम होती है, सो वाटर बॉडीज तो बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बन गई लेकिन नहीं थी, सस्टेनेबल नहीं थी। इसलिए पानी का काम होने के बावजूद भी अफ्रीका में, सेंट्रल वेस्टर्न एशियन कंट्रीज में बहुत डिस्प्लेसमेंट हुआ। दूसरा एक बड़ा कारण ये भी था कि ये देश गुलामी के दौर से गुजरे, और ये जो वेस्टर्न एम्पायर था उसने अपने देशों की प्राइवेट कंपनियों को वहां के वाटर राइट, सरफेस वाटर राइट, अंडरग्राउंड वाटर राइट, द ऑल टाइप ऑफ द वाटर राइट लीज पर प्राइवेट कंपनियों को दे दिए। तो जो पानी की ओनरशिप थी प्राइवेटाइज हो गई और उसके कारण ये देश बेपानी से लगे। मित्रों, fortunately my country is not displacing. My country only the migration.
I think we have lost the connectivity again.
Yes, Professor Pandey, I think we have lost connection with Dr. Rajendra.
Yeah, he's visible again on
the reason है क्रॉप पैटर्न। यस, हमारा जो क्रॉप पैटर्न है वो क्रॉप पैटर्न मोर देन 90% वाटर यूज कर रहा है एग्रीकल्चर में, और जो बाकी पानी है वो इंडस्ट्री उसको यूज करके पॉल्यूट कर देती है। इंडस्ट्रियल पॉल्यूशन बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। इसलिए आज की जो क्राइसिस है वाटर क्राइसिस, ओनली द एंड कॉमन प्रॉपर्टीज and pollution from the underground aquifers or on surface. So ये जो तीन challenges हैं, ये जो 3 challenges हैं, इन challenges के कारण हमारी जो sustainability है वो threaten हुई है, और हमारे देश में भी threat है वो दिखने लगा है। उसका बड़ा कारण ये है कि हमारे रेनफॉल पैटर्न बदल गए हैं, बेमौसम बारिश होती है, और इरेटिक रेंज के कारण और क्लाउड बर्स्ट के कारण जो हमारा सिनेरियो है आज का वो बिगड़ता है। इस अनसस्टेनेबिलिटी में जिस तरह से हमने राजस्थान में 38 साल पहले 38 ईयर बिफोर कंप्लीटली डिस्प्लेस्ड हो गया था। जब मैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की सर्विस छोड़ के आया तो वहां माल न्यूट्रिशन के कारण नाइट ब्लाइंडनेस थी, और मैंने उनका ट्रीटमेंट आयुर्वेद पद्धति से करना शुरू किया। बहुत सारे लोग, बहुत सारे पेशेंट ठीक हो जाने के बाद एक ओल्ड मैन ने कहा, राजेंद्र, वी नॉट नीड योर मेडिसिन, वी नॉट नीड योर एजुकेशन, वी नीड वाटर। हमें तेरे ये दवाई और पढ़ाई नहीं चाहिए, हमें तो पानी चाहिए। और हमने पानी का काम शुरू किया। उस पानी के काम से शुरू के 2-3 साल गोपालपुरा में जो पानी का काम हुआ, उससे उस जमाने में जब हमारे यहाँ खेती नहीं होती थी तब हमारी गांव की बूढ़ी औरतें गीत गाती थी, बादल तो आते हैं हर साल मेरे गांव में, बरसते नहीं है वो रूट, इसका मतलब जो हमारे क्लाइमेट, जो हमारे क्लाउड थे, वो रेड हीट इंक्रीज होने के कारण मूव कर जाते थे और बरसते नहीं थे, इसलिए खेती भी नहीं होती थी। फिर जब
डॉक्टर सिंह, आपकी आप आपका बीच बीच में कट जा रहा है आवाज, सो वी सजेस्ट दैट आप अपना वीडियो ऑफ करके खाली ऑडियो यूज करिए। Hello, Dr. Anand Singh, you may switch off your video and only audio you can keep on, and probably that then we will be able to hear you better.
कुओं में पानी आया, हमारे अंडरग्राउंड एक्वीफर रिचार्ज हुए, हेलो।
Yes, please go ahead. You are audible. Yeah, Dr. Singh, please go ahead.
अभी वहां जब वाटर बॉडीज कुएं रिचार्ज हुए, 2.5 लाख कुओं के रिचार्ज होने के करीब करीब 17 लाख लोगों को रिवर्स माइग्रेशन में हमारी बारिश होती है। अब हमारे इलाके की औरतें गीत गाती हैं, अब बादल आते हैं मेरे गांव में, बरसते हैं वो रूठते नहीं है वो। जब से बादलों ने बरसना शुरू किया, मेरा बेटा और मेरे बेटे की बहू लौट, अब हरियाली और मुझे लगने लगा है। तो जैसे जैसे पानी से धरती बदलती है और लोगों को रोजगार मिलना शुरू होता है, खेती करने लगते हैं, वैसे वैसे गांवों में खुशहाली आने लगती है। स्किल डेवलपमेंट इन एफिशिएंट यूज ऑफ वाटर, इसकी एक वाटर लिटरेसी मूवमेंट चलाई और इस वाटर लिटरेसी मूवमेंट ने कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड वाटर मैनेजमेंट के काम को बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ाया। मुझे लगता है कि हमें अब IITs की जो टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग है और जो हमारी साइंस है, साइंस विद सेंस एंड साइंस विद कॉमन सेंस, इस सबको इंटीग्रेट तब हमारी सस्टेनेबिलिटी थ्रेटन होती है। हमारे सामने एक ऑब्जेक्टिव रहता है, उस ऑब्जेक्टिव पे काम करते जाते हैं, तब और इंजीनियरिंग को इंटीग्रेट करके काम करते हैं, तब हमारे सामने सस्टेनेबिलिटी होती है। तब हम अपने जीवन के अच्छे काम कर पाते हैं। इसलिए दोस्तों, मैं संक्षिप्त में इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि यदि आप इस what community driven deals with sense का काम करेंगे तो आपको नेचर की सस्टेनेबिलिटी का एक विजन, एक दृष्टि आपको दिखाई देगी और वो जो विजन है वो हमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी के रास्ते पर लेकर जाएगा। मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि हमारी साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग में जो रियल सेंस है वो रियल सेंस है हमारा विजन फॉर नेचर। हमारा जो भगवान है वो अर्थ भूमि, भय से भूमि, जैसे गगन स्पेस, वैसे वायु एयर, ऐसे अग्नि सन सूरज, और नैसे नीर। ये जो हमारे 5 एलिमेंट्स हैं, इन 5 एलिमेंट्स को हमारी मॉडर्न साइंस विद सेंस देखना शुरू करे, हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग इनको रेस्पेक्टफुली देखना शुरू करे, तो हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी के रास्ते पर चल सकेंगे। और जब हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी के रास्ते के लोग अपने भगवान का नदी नारायण होता था, और उस जमाने तक भारत की जो किसानी है, जवानी है और पानी है, वो उजड़ता नहीं था, वो डिस्प्लेस्ड नहीं होता था। तब तक वो अपनी जगह पर रहकर अपने अच्छे काम करता था। हम यदि डिस्प्लेसमेंट को रोकना चाहते हैं, हम यदि ग्लोबल वार्मिंग और क्लाइमेट चेंज की थ्रेट को रोकना चाहते हैं, तो हमें क्लाइमेट चेंज के लिए जो स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो रियल स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो होती है जो बिगाड़ती नहीं है, जिसमें डिस्ट्रक्शन नहीं होता, डिस्प्लेसमेंट और डिजास्टर फ्री टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग, हाँ सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ पर चलते हैं। दोस्तों, अब आपके जो सवाल हैं, आपके जो क्वेश्चन है, वो मुझसे पूछ सकते हैं। मैं अभी केवल इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि इफ वी वांट अवर कॉमन फ्यूचर इज ब्राइट, if we want our common future is safe, if we promise for nature, yes, we want the climatic security, water security, food security, air security, and displacement, destruction, disaster free development security। ये जो हमारा विजन है, सिक्योरिटी का, वो विजन हमें है इकोनॉमिक कंपटीशन में ग्लोबल लीडरशिप की तरफ मूव कर रहे हैं। यदि हम रियली सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ मूव करें, यदि हम सिक्योरिटी की तरफ मूव करें, तो हमारा फ्यूचर, हमारा कॉमन फ्यूचर ब्राइट और बेटर होगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। नाउ यू कैन आस्क द क्वेश्चंस।
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajendra Singh, for sharing your life wisdom and the wisdom of the groundwork that you've done. There was some connectivity issue in between, and you had to make extra efforts for that, and we couldn't help that part. But still, we could get a good sense of what work you are doing and what kind of inspiration you are having for all those who are willing to work in this sector. Now, I will request I request the people to ask questions from the panelists also, and also from the participants. If there are any questions, you can in fact write it also on the message box, or you can straight away ask the questions to Dr. Rajendra Singh. Please go ahead. You may raise your hands, those who wish to ask any question, and you may go ahead. Yes, Ashish, you want to ask something? Yes,
Dr.
Ashish?
Pandey, Ashish
Yes.
has put his question in the chat box.
Yeah, please ask it yourself.
Okay, he can unmute himself now.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, Ashish. Go ahead.
Yeah, sir. So, can you shed some? My question is to Dr. Rajendra. That can he shed some light on what type of water conservation methods he has used in Alwar, which is seen as an example for water conservation projects? So maybe
yes, I can say.
Yes, sir.
You know, I use a very simple natural engineering, or you can say the civil engineering, real civil engineering on the my area. So we create a convex design earthen bund, check dam or johar. If the gentle slope, so we create a water body like Pal. Pal is a straight water body. And where the natural depression, there we create a.
I'm showing. मेरा screen तो दिख रहा होगा ना उन्हें? It says.
Oh, अच्छा. हाँ. ठीक है. अब.
Avash, can I speak? Oh, I'm there now.
Where the confined vertical fractures, and gentle slopes, so we create a johar, and that johar sometime 5 hectares, sometime 10 hectare or 100 hectare, up to 200 hectare area, they covered a water body. So these water body is doing recharging one hand and stop erosion and silting. So erosion को और silting को रोकने का काम और water को underground recharge करने का काम in a way of naturally geohydro science. So जहाँ confined vertical fractures हैं, वहाँ sharp fractures में water body का creation से जो भी rain वर्षा का पानी आता था, वो underground में था, और वो जो the all objective of the water bodies. If we want drinking water and domestic water for animals and for domestic use of humankind, so we choose the place where the natural depression and morum soil, and where we need a recharge the aquifer, so we explore the fractures in the underground aquifers. So this is the depend on the need, the felt need of the community, and और उस मिट्टी में पानी सरफेस के ऊपर रोकना है कि सब सरफेस और अंडरग्राउंड को रिचार्ज करना है. ये ऑलवेज डिपेंड करता है हमारी फेल्ट नीड पर. तो हमारे जो साइट सिलेक्शंस है, वो साइट सिलेक्शन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं. कम मटेरियल में हम कैसे ज्यादा पानी रोक सकते हैं, वो हम नेचुरल डिप्रेशन देखकर और करके more than 100 type of the water bodies we create, and the all water bodies depend on agroecological climatic diversity. हम हमेशा agroecological climatic diversity का रेस्पेक्ट करके ही साइट का सिलेक्शन करते हैं. इसलिए मेरा यही कहना है कि हम अपनी इंजीनियरिंग को, टेक्नोलॉजी को काम में लेने से पहले वहां की
डॉक्टर Hello, Dr. Pandey.
Yes, Dr. Amrita. Yes.
Yeah. So we'll wait for Dr. Rajendra Singh to.
Yeah, nice to see you. You wanted to ask a question also, and you may moderate the question answers. I can also see 2-3 questions already in the question answer box by Shantanu Jain, two questions by Shantanu Jain. Let
Okay, well, let me ask the question. Yeah, Q&A. Dr. Rajendra Singh? I think he's not there. I think we'll wait for him to
reconnect.
come back. In fact, I wanted to actually met him in Wildlife Institute of India.
Oh, I see.
Time as a, so it was very, I still remember his talk. Unfortunately, he's not there in person with us. Otherwise, it,
Yeah, that's
really benefited interacting with him in person. Yeah. Professor Pandey will wait for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Dr.
I
Rajendra
think
Singh
he's
is here.
joined.
Hello.
Doc Singh, can you hear us?
Hello.
Yeah, Dr.
Yes,
Singh.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, nice. Dr. Singh, Professor Ambika is in IIT Gandhinagar. She wants to ask a question and she will further moderate other questions as well. Professor Ambika, please ask your question.
Good afternoon, Rajendra Singh ji. I just wanted to tell you that I met you in Dehradun many years ago as a student, so it's good to hear you talk again. I think instead of me asking a question, there are two questions from the participants. The first question is, what methods can we apply on a daily basis to save water in our daily activities? I think this is something many people are interested to know how, as at the individual level, how can we contribute to water conservation. So if we can discuss a little bit out of this, and then next question I'll continue after that.
पानी का उपयोग करना चाहते हैं तो सुबह उठते के साथ ही अर्ली मॉर्निंग हमें अपने दांत धोने से लेकर स्नान करने और कपड़े धोने से वहां से शुरू करना होगा, और फिर हमारी जो रूफटॉप वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग है उसके लिए टैंक, कुंड, जिस तरह से भी हमारे पास जगह अवेलेबल है उस जगह पर हमें पानी को कंजर्व करना होगा। और फिर हम एक इंडिविजुअल व्यक्ति की तरह कैसे अपने मोहल्ले में, अपने गांव में और अपने सिटी में जो कॉमन रेंज है, कॉमन सोर्स ऑफ वाटर है, उसको हम कंजर्व करने के लिए कैसे अंडरग्राउंड एक्यूफर रिचार्ज करने के मॉडल बना सकते हैं। हमारा
I think there is I think he's there, but his audio is not reaching us. So, Dr. Pandey, when Dr. Rajendra Singh returns, and maybe one more question, and then we can keep that as a.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Faguni can share the email of Dr. Rajendra Singh because there is a request that Dr. Rajendra Singh's email should be shared. Okay, so we will share the email. There's no issue about it.
Sure. And also we can collect these questions and share it with him.
Yeah, and share with. Yeah, that's right.
Dr. Rajendra Singh.
नहीं नहीं फालतू मत बताओ, कहो कि
Yes, Dr. Rajendra Singh. Yeah.
यस यस।
Yes.
मेरी बात कहाँ तक सुनी आपने?
पिछले करीब 1 मिनट से आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है डॉक्टर साहब। So Professor Ambika, you can repeat the question and
डॉक्टर राजेंद्र जी, आप बोल रहे थे कि रोजाना कैसे पानी को सेव कर सकते हैं? यस यस। He is speaking, but we are not able to.
हेलो हेलो।
राजेंद्र जी, मेरा आवाज आ रहा है आपको? हम लोग क्योंकि आवाज आपका आ नहीं रहा है, हम लोग सोच रहे हैं कि अभी सेशन को रैप अप कर लें। काफी क्वेश्चन, हाँ काफी क्वेश्चंस आए हमारे पास और वो आपको, हाँ
जी। तो मैं यही कह रहा था कि इंडिविजुअल लेवल पर हमें अपनी इंडिविजुअल लाइफ में और अपनी कॉमन लाइफ में ये जो हमारा बिहेवियरल चेंज है, हमारा जो व्यवहारिक चेंज जीवन है, उसमें पानी को कंजर्व करने के लिए वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग की टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग डिसाइड करने से पहले हमारे बिहेवियरल चेंज की जरूरत है, हमारे व्यवहारिक चेंज की जरूरत है। जब हमारा व्यवहारिक चेंज होता है तब रियली सक्सेसफुली हम इंडिविजुअल लाइफ में पानी को कंजर्व करने का काम अपने व्यवहार से ले इंजीनियरिंग और वाटर साइंस के मदद से आगे बढ़ते हैं। इसलिए यदि हम इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे कंजर्वेशन करना चाहते हैं तो रूफटॉप हार्वेस्टिंग से लेकर अंडरग्राउंड एक्यूफर रिचार्ज के लेवल पर बहुत तरह की डिजाइन हम काम में ले सकते हैं। और डिजाइन तो तय करना कहाँ ठीक हो, क्या होगा, कैसे होगा, वो तो आपकी आईआईटी भी कर सकती है, लेकिन जो आपकी आईआईटी को करने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि आपकी आईआईटी में एक से एक बड़े टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग को समझने वाले लोग हैं, उन सबको जरा सिविल सोसाइटी का जो बिहेवियरल चेंज है, जो समाज की जो सेंस है, उसको जोड़ने की जरूरत है। ठीक है अंबिका जी?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल ठीक है सर, बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं आप
जी।
प्रोफेसर अंबिका, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है, प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ।
ओके, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। जो आपने बोला है कि इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे और इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल पर जो हम लोग पानी की संरक्षण पे, हम लोग आईआईटी में हम लोग एनवायरमेंट स्टडीज भी पढ़ाते हैं और हमारा रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग सिस्टम्स भी है। वी हैव आईआईटी ग्रीन ऑफिस व्हिच इज लुकिंग एट एनर्जी एंड वाटर कंजर्वेशन। सो मैं बाकी क्वेश्चंस हम नहीं ले पाएंगे, हम आपका जो आईडी है वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स को देंगे और ये क्वेश्चंस आपको हम लोग भेज देंगे। तो हमें आईआईटी जेन की तरफ से एंड प्रोफेसर पांडे की तरफ से भी आपको बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया बोलना चाहती हूँ। मुझे मालूम है कि आप फील्ड में हैं, ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, आपने हमारे लिए समय निकाला, तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारी तरफ से। और हम चाहते हैं कि आप अभी आईआईटी कैंपस में आके हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के साथ आप बातचीत करेंगे और आई विल इनवाइट यू डेफिनेटली फॉर अ फिजिकल टॉक।
मैं जब भी गुजरात आऊंगा तो 4 घंटे आईआईटी के लिए रखूंगा और आपको बताऊंगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच पांडे जी, अंबिका जी और आपकी पूरी डायरेक्टर और आपकी पूरी आईआईटी के विद्यार्थियों और टीचरों को रियली थैंक्स फ्रॉम माय हार्ट। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Bye bye, Dr. Rajendra. Professor Pandey, thank you so much. And I will hand over the chair to Vimal Mishra. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rajan Singh Saab. Thank you so much. You came here. Thanks a lot. Okay, over to Professor Vimal Mishra.
Yes, sir. Dr. Pandey, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
So we are going to have our next networking session.
Okay.
And that is for next 1 hour, starting from now until probably 2 p.m. And this is about sustainability partnerships, right? And that, so we have some panel members who will make present, and then after that, we will have, of course, questions and discussion. So if you recall, the last, where Dr. Singh, Dr. Rajan Singh emphasized that we have to sort of connect with the community and society if we want to make major differences, or if we want to sort of make change in direction of sustainability. So, the idea is that without networking and without connecting with and also who are working in ground, like different non-governmental organizations, we can probably not make a difference in ground in yeah, sorry, there was I think connectivity issues. So I was saying that the emphasis or the idea about these networking sessions is that our center, Dr. Kiran Patel Center for Sustainable Development, should have a wider outreach or wider reach, where we know people who are working in ground, and we can extend our partnerships and networking with these organizations. And also the other objective is that there are a number of different organizations who are participating in this sustainability fair today. They should know each other, and they should be able to connect among others. So we have basically 4 panel members today, and let me introduce them. So we have House of Sasavade, we have Anshuman from Kerry, we have Dr. Shashi Kumar from Karnataka Water Resources Management Center, and we have Cassius Castellino from Swissnex. So these are 4 panel speakers. So Dr. Bhaus of Sasavade is branch manager at Metro Peak, based in Houston, Texas, and he has been involved in the business development of his organization, and also held positions in CIPLA. So thank you very much, Bhausabji, for joining us today in this networking session. And Ansuman is from Kerry, which is the Energy and Resource Institute based in New Delhi. And he has been working in the water sector since last several years, and currently serving as a member of Technical Advisory Committee of National Institute of Hydrology under the Ministry of Water Resources. So thank you, Mr. Ansuman, for joining us for this networking session today. And Dr. Sati,
glad to meet you all.
Yeah, Dr. Sasi Kumar is from Integrated Center of Water Resources Management, Karnataka, and they have been doing some really interesting work in terms of water management in his area under the leadership of his own center and organization. So welcome, Sasi Kumarji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And finally, we have Cassius Castellano from Swissnex, and he has been involved in public policy, urban transportation, and he has had previous experiences with organizations like WRI, or World Resource Institute India, World Bank Institute, Gateway House, and he has worked tremendously on energy and electrical mobility, and develop leadership programs in these sectors. And he belongs to Consulate General of Switzerland, and he's also co-founder of Future Foresight India. So I would like to welcome on behalf of our Sustainability Center and also IIT Gandhinagar to all of you, all 4 members today. So how we are going to have this session, every member I would request to sort of make a short or brief presentation where you would highlight your success stories or what your organization does, and this would help our audience today so that if they find the overlapping areas, they can easily connect with you, or we can help them to connect with you. So maybe you can spend like 5 minutes for this presentation, and once all these 4 presentations are over, we will have some questions from audience, or I will initiate the discussion around some important aspects related to sustainability in the area of renewable energy or energy and water management. So thank you everybody, and audiences, please stay with us. This is going to be probably one of the most interesting sessions, and I think you will get tremendous opportunity to connect with all the panelists and have a very successful networking. Thank you. Yeah, so may I request Bhav Saharji first, please, if you can make your presentation. If you have slides, you can share your slides. If you don't have slides, you can probably just speak for 3 to 5 minutes, and then we can take it from there.
Okay, very good afternoon to all of you, and we are very much thankful for IITs and all the participants to given us an opportunity to have as under the networking portion, to have an interaction and also present who we are and how we are dealing and also contributing to the society, and how we are helping towards to the scientists and the research to make a more innovative and go to the safest way to the public and the nature. So what Metrom, actually we are dealing a lot of analytical instruments in this market, and Metrom is a Swiss-based organization. We have a sophisticated instrument for I can say environmental analysis. Not only environmental, but wherever the quality and trace level analysis comes in the picture, the Metrom plays a very important role. So no doubt, when we talk about the environment, there are 3 major portions comes in the part. First is our air, water, and soil. So when we talk about these 3 fundamentals, so there are many of the minerals or the metals are come in the questions. Okay, whether it's good to the humans or the bad. So the part comes in the important. So what Metrom provides a very sophisticated instrument for this particular analysis, whether the analytes or I can say the minerals or metals in the trace level up to the I can say parts per trillion level, or in the parts per billion, or few are in the percentage or in the milligram level. So that kind of analysis will be taken care by the instruments. Now, Metrom, what we provides, generally we provide as a ion chromatography and voltammetry as the instrument, which will helps to do the analysis of all kind of anions or I can say cations, as well as the heavy metals. Up to we can do the analysis with the parts per trillion level. No doubt, when we talk about this analysis, this will be regulated by the regulatory bodies, either EPA or the DIN or IS, BIS. These standards are available, and with these standards, there are some SOPs being given. So we follow that SOPs, as well as we try to provide the maximum information with the help of our instruments. So that is what we have placed in India. We have almost 12 branch offices in India, and we, as to our nation, we have almost supplied 12,000 instruments in India. So no doubt this not only going to the research, but it also goes to the private organization wherever the quality control department plays the role. So this instrument also will be helpful for the trace level impurity profiling as well as the purity studies. So this is what our contribution to the organization. No doubt in IITs or many of the research institute in India, we have a very good installation base, as well as we have a very, means not only as an installation, Metrum always works to the satisfaction of the scientist, or I can say to the organization. So here we try to give us the complete solution to the organization. So we recently, I will give one example. Recently, we have supplied our instrument to the IITM, where the weather monitoring will be done. Now there was a big question comes as why fog comes, and because of the fog, there are the huge impact on our economy. There are a lot of flight delay, travel delay, as well as there were a lot of changes in the weather. So to identify what exactly in the fog, what kind of the droplets has which kind of the ions or heavy metals or gases present in the fog. So we have given a very good instrument which 24/7, 365 days it works. It is an online analyzer which can take the air, convert into the liquid and do the analysis. So we also have worked with the central government and given these devices, and they installed it in the aircraft. They go to the certain height in the Yamuna river, and they trap the air, convert into the liquid and do the analysis. So that kind of also instrument we have supplied to the government to do the weather monitoring. So this is what as a small scenario I can present in front of you. So I'll again thanks for the IITs for giving an opportunity to present ourselves.
All right, thank you very much. And I think measuring or and monitoring is extremely important when it comes about the decision making in the direction of sustainability, right? So I think your organization is playing a very important role. And as we are moving forward in time, we are looking forward cheaper sensors and instruments that can provide us real-time information of our electricity use, water use, quality of water, air quality. So, I mean, we cannot achieve sustainability without efficient measurements. So definitely, I think there would be many more people who are attending this session. They would like to connect with you, but we will have more if there are specific questions and during the discussion time. So I will. So thank you very much, Bhausad ji. And
thank you very much, Dr. Sir,
attending this, and please stay with us. Don't leave.
Yes, sure, definitely I'll be with you
until we finally close this session, entire session. So now I would like to invite Ansuman ji, who is from Terry. So Ansuman ji, do you have slides, or you want to just speak without slides? You are muted, sir. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Maybe I can share a few slides if it is okay with you.
Sure. I have made all of you co-hosts. So if you have slides, please go ahead and share.
I hope you can see the slides now.
Yeah, just make it full screen, please. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Right. Terry has been in the forefront of sustainable development and efficient water management. And there are a huge number of areas that we work on to provide solutions, policy recommendations, as well as on-ground implementation of these solutions, be it IWRM, water quality studies, or wastewater management, including recycle and reuse, water use efficiency. We do a lot of water audits, based efficiency improvement, a lot of intervention that we do with the local communities on drinking water and sanitation. And we do a lot of water conservation activities, as well as activities related to urban rural water supply and demand management. So all of these are areas that we work on. We have monitoring stations. We use monitoring stations, at the Himalayas to look into the mountainous water management as well. So just to walk you through the journey and the experience in water sector, and these are also areas where we can potentially collaborate and we can provide services. We do a lot of scientific tool assessment based, in integrated water resources management, in various areas. So a lot of watershed and micro watersheds that we evaluate and assess scientifically. We use them to design on-ground implementation of several interventions on water conservation or rehabilitation, etc. So, for example, what you can see is artificial recharge of groundwater. We do modeling activities to identify what is the best suitable, intervention for a particular location. Whether it is subsurface intervention or it is a surface intervention, what kind, based on the hydrogeology, etc. So these are scientifically evaluated, design and interventions which we collaborate with the local communities on ground to implement it, in collaboration and in priority of what they actually would like with. So likewise, on the water conservation, we have a lot of activities on rooftop rainwater harvesting, agri-water interventions, pond rejuvenation, sanitation, provision of toilets, etc. So all of these are part of the IWRM activities that we not only scientifically design, but also implement along with the local stakeholders on ground. A lot of activities that we do is on water use efficiency. We do a lot of water audits of industries, cities, and help them improve their specific water consumption and reduce their water consumption overall, and help them identify various interventions within their processes and opportunities for recycle and reuse of water. In fact, we are also now moving towards technological innovations towards not only just wastewater treatment and reuse, but also resources recovery. For example, how we can have energy generation or nutrients recovery from the wastewater itself. So all of these are something that we have been doing for quite some time. For various entities, we have looked into the possibilities of recycling of wastewater. Railways is one example, but we are working with various other entities, industries, to provide these kind of solutions. We build the capacities, and we provide water demand management interventions in the city level. So a lot of municipalities who require assistance on improvisation of their and integrated improvement in the water service delivery, we help them with the water demand management interventions of reduction in NRWs, non-revenue water leakage losses, financial management, institutional capacity development, etc. We work with the rural folks and on the ground, for provision of drinking water. We also sensitize the local community, on health and hygiene, as well as aspects related to drinking water quality. We have tested our hands on provision of drinking water through water kiosks, something that we engage with the local community and give them that capacities to not only understand the importance of safe drinking water and sanitation and hygiene, but also giving them this capacity to run the systems on ground over a period of time. We, as at the other end, we look into the river basin based assessment of impact of climate change on water resources. This helps the government and the entities to look into the potential risks and potential impacts, and how we can actually look into the adaptation options and interventions which are both policy and otherwise that could be taken up to be better prepared to respond to the challenges of the climate change. We have monitoring stations at the glaciers as well, and we do a lot of research on that. As I said earlier, we do continuous water management. We have a fair bit of infrastructure that we use for provision of a lot of this training and capacity building. We have a fair bit of instrumentation, including of Metrum, which we use on for various monitoring of water quality and quantity. And we do a lot of outreach activities. We bring a lot of institutions and stakeholders at various levels to come and share the information and their experiences and best practices to have a wide scale impact on the benefits of the best practices and technologies or policies altogether. So these are some of the things that have been very brief that we do in terms of where we can work towards. All of these areas have a specific, let's say, focus where we can actually collaborate. We can provide our services. For example, as I mentioned in the IWRM, we can look into the hydrogeological, aspects of, water availability and quality and impact. And based on that, design interventions which can be in collaboration with the local stakeholders or grassroots people, basically implement on ground. We have done a lot of such activities. Just to mention, recently we have finished a project of pond rejuvenation in Punjab and Rajasthan, wherein we engage with the local community and scientifically design and rejuvenated the ponds. Shall I say ponds? They were actually just a wasteland. Actually, the ponds which were actually converted into wasteland over a period of time. So we rejuvenated that. So such kind of activities we can do very much, in collaboration or for entities who are looking for such kind of solutions. I mentioned about the audit and use efficiency. So a lot of cities and ULBs that we work with, we establish the water balances, identify leakage losses, design the interventions which can save the water. Also, the kind of technologies or let's say or treatment options for recycle, reuse, as well as resource recovery, as I mentioned. In some cases, we have taken up water footprint assessment as well to move beyond the industry into their value chain and help them assess the overall impact and also how they can reduce the footprint over a period of time. We also help in identify the benchmarks. For example, what could be the best scenario which can be not only undertaken by a particular industry or an entity, but also can be further emulated or maybe learned from and can be followed by others in the similar sector or similar practices. On the wastewater recycling and reuse, as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of possibilities. We are working towards a lot of models of how we can have low cost membrane treatment and as well as recycle and reuse. I mentioned about resources recovery. And Teria itself has some of its technologies based on nanotechnology as well as low cost membranes, which we are trying to look into where we can actually use them and have a benefit of low cost treatment of wastewater. Provision of drinking water, I mentioned about that. We do a lot of interventions on sanitation as well, design and implementation on ground of provision of household toilet and community toilets. We have done this. Besides drinking water, we also have sanitation intervention. In fact, we have done a lot of provision of toilet to the local community on ground under the Swachh Bharat mission and helped several entities to, and villages in rural Bengal and various other parts of the country in basically assisting in provision of sanitation facilities. The urban water demand management, I mentioned a lot of monitoring and evaluation, technical evaluation, technical, financial, and institutional evaluation, shall I say, help the ULBs to improve their water service delivery, and also look into the better investment options into what could be the short-term and long-term investment proposition for having the best, let's say, optimized water management over a period of time. Conservation activities I talked about. We do a lot of activities, let's say research and assessment-based policy recommendation, as well as identifying the adaptation options for impact of climate change and water resources. We do a lot of vulnerability assessment as well. And a lot of these activities that I mentioned, we also hold training and capacity building programs, outreach programs through various campaigns, sensitization, and customized training modules for various kinds of stakeholders, be it middle level organization, middle level offices of a particular organization, or top level
Sumanji, can I think you have any?
Yeah, I think this is my last slide. So just to mention that these are the areas that we could work. So that's it.
Yeah. So thank you very much. I think you are meeting both ends, starting from technology development to ensuring community participation. When we talk about water management, it cannot happen without active involvement of people. And so your organization has been successful in involving community, which is extremely important when we talk about any of areas related to sustainability or sustainable development. So Ansuman, thank you very much for this nice presentation. And I think many people will be interested to get connected with you, and several organizations who want to work in these areas or who are already working at different levels related to water management, water audits, water conservation, designing rainwater harvesting systems, and so on and so forth. So now I would invite Dr. Shashi Kumar, who is from Water Resources Management Center from Karnataka, Government of Karnataka. So Shashi Kumar ji, if you have slides, if you want to share a few slides, please upload them. And,
okay, thank you.
Please use
Thank you, sir.
next 4 to 5 minutes to share your success stories or what kind of work your organization is doing or how we can collaborate. I mean, how our center and people participating today's fair, they can collaborate and we can work more efficiently in a synergetic manner. So please.
Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, I have a short presentation. I'll share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Please make it full screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it fine? Yeah.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. First of all, I want to thank Professor Vimal Mishra for inviting us to be part of the fair organized by IIT Gandhinagar. And we also have an exhibition stall where we have put some of our materials. I will request people to go there and also check some of the materials available. So talking about the sustainability fair, we wanted to see in this particular panel discussion what we are doing right now at Karnataka, especially at our organization. Our center, the Advanced Center for Integrated Water Resource Management, is one of the unique setup think tanks set up by Government of Karnataka to provide guidance, knowledge, and best practices in water resource management for the state. And as we also talking about the sustainability issues today, we just wanted to focus, though the Karnataka I'm showing here in the map, there are multiple sub-basins. The major basins are Krishna and Kaveri. And this about geographically, it's about 191,000 square kilometers. And one basin which I'm highlighting here, sub-basin, is Tungabhadra, and which is about 70,000 square kilometers. So when we talk about water management, we are talking at a very different scale. And our river basin is a very big scale. And also these buzzwords, what is here about water scarcity and water management and sustainability is there are various indexes which shows that there is a lot of issues, etc. And these are the words not just used in our national level, at regional level, but also at the global level. So what is the current status of this? So though we are talking about all this, what has happened in the past and what is happening currently, the current status is like most of the, as I showed the geographical area, this water management is largely managed by the government. So it has been the last 60, 70 years or 80 years or so. It has been the way we have operated since the beginning. So largely the resources are managed by government. So which obviously leads to the question like, I mean, it is very centralized, the structure is very rigid, and it's also almost always supply driven. And if you see the large infrastructures, the dams, canals, drinking water, especially the drinking water, everything is with the government domain. So the groundwater, though to some extent, we are allowed to have our own borewells and wells, and so far, even that domain also, people have been over exploiting it. And so largely the government and the public, we are trying to balance. So that is the status. We are trying, though we are talking in many words about the scarcity, this is the way the whole things have been moving forward. So these are all the challenges. So from our organization point of view, the challenges we see is in managing water, the multidisciplinary nature of the work, the water resource management. It is not just the water. We need to have the social aspect of it, the economic aspect of it, the river environmental flows, which is required, and the river itself is to be protected, and the forest has to be protected. And this is a multidisciplinary thing. We realize that importance of it. And beyond that, we also see that it's an interdepartmental work, because though we talk about water as one department, I mean, in Karnataka itself, there are at least 15 to 18 different departments who are stakeholders to water management at the broadly at the state level. So there are various departments who are. So how do we bring them together? How this multidisciplinary nature and this interdisciplinary nature to bring together, and how to use them for the beneficial use itself is a big challenge. So the participatory nature, how to make the people participate in that, farmers participate in that, and various stakeholders of this water, how to make them participate. That is also a big challenge. So what is the way out? The way we see from our organization, we want a lot of meaningful partnerships. We don't think just government alone can do the sustainability part, and we need a lot of partnerships. We also need partnerships with a lot of NGOs. We partner with many NGOs who can bring many best practices to a scale, to not a big scale, to a small scale. And we will try to see how to scale it up and see what are all the issues and challenges in that. And obviously the academics has a very important role in this thing, and the research and also the guidance to do many of the modeling aspect, etc. And obviously the participatory thing where we want a lot of farmer groups and farmer water resource or cooperative societies to be partnered with us, to be going ahead. We want to collaborate all of them. So this is what we do at the HAR. This is my last slide. And we have designed one of the river basin planning for Tungabhadra Basin, which is about 70,000 square kilometers. And this is conceptualized and we have planned, and also we are in the process of implementation. There's a huge work where we try to bring multiple departments to come together. And this is, again, it is at the planning level, and we have our plan set, but we need to go for a cabinet approval and go further to see that how to be implemented in them. That's a big challenge. It's not an easy thing to do. As a part of this, towards this, the data collection is becoming very important. And so we have designed something called the Karnataka Water Resource Information System. It's a portal where we collect a lot of information, and whether we have enough hydrology monitoring network stations in the state. For that, we also have a program, Hydrological Observation Network Rationalization. We see whether there are enough stations to meet the need of our state. And we also see a lot of climate studies, water accounting, water productivity, capacity building of our department engineers, etc. It's a routine process. And the departments we are involving: agriculture, groundwater department, minor irrigation, watershed, the rural development, Panchayat Raj, energy, rural and drinking water, fisheries, horticulture, industries. These are all our stakeholders whom we try to involve in all the aspects of our work. And we also collaborate with our universities, VTU here in Karnataka, IIC, IIT Das, eWater Australia, EVA New Zealand, and IIT Gandhinagar. Recently, we have been in touch with Professor Bimal Mishra for a project to be done. So this is to say that these are all the things we can do towards, when we work with our organization, and these are all some of the works we are carrying out. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Dr. Shashi Kumar ji, for this nice presentation and information. This gives us a very good example. If you see last three presentations, right, how a government organization is leading the way in terms of managing water at different spatial scales in Karnataka, then how a private organization is working on building up sensors that are required to measure the water levels, other weather related information, and then how another educational organization, TERI, is sort of developing a framework, integrated framework on water management involving community. So, this is the sort of example that if all these 3 or 4 organizations, if they work together, probably they can learn a lot from each other. And the center like us, our center, Sustainable Development Center, can act as a cluster to build these partnerships. And of course, we are always glad to work with other organizations across the country or beyond. So now, last but not least, I would like to invite Cassius Castellano, who is from SysNext. So Cassius, over to you, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Perfectly.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for having me on this platform. And this is a great initiative by IIT Gandhinagar, and I really appreciate it. So let me just quickly run you through our initiatives in the energy focus area at SwissNext India, which is the Science Consulate of Switzerland in Bangalore. So basically at SwissNext, we have 4 focus areas, namely deep tech, medtech, science for society, and energy. And I lead projects in energy, electric mobility, and urban policy for SwissNext India. Okay. So what we do at SwissNext, we bridge connections between Switzerland and India together with the Swiss Federal Office of Energy. So if we have Swiss startups, SMEs who want to do business in India, and they are bringing a relevant product for the Indian energy ecosystem, which we feel can work in collaboration with the Indian stakeholders. Now, the stakeholders can be government, academia, as well as industry players. We facilitate that collaboration. Of course, we enable tech transfers and knowledge exchange collaborations as well between Swiss academic startups and innovative companies from the clean tech sector. And we try to build capacity in the energy domain. And the third point, our main objective is to support and provide guidance to Swiss clean tech ecosystem players and probably curate opportunities and joint ventures between the right players in India and Switzerland. These are some of the programs where we've had successes. The top 6 programs which I thought I would mention here today, and I'll run you through them. So Clean Tech was an energy program which we ran in 2018, which was basically a group of 6 startups and 6 researchers from Switzerland in the clean tech sector who were looking for joint research collaborations and joint ventures with Indian industry players. And these were all energy and clean tech startups. We set up B2B meetings for them with industry players. We set up B2B meetings for them with government players, with the government as well. And also we facilitated a few academic to academic collaborations between India and Switzerland through the Clean Tech Week. And we also had parallel sessions at Intersolar on BIPV and solar rooftop with one of the delegates, Professor Pierluigi Bonomo. And as I mentioned, we curated B2B platforms for the visiting delegates. We also took them to Bangalore International Airport and we showed them the solar plant powered by Sunshot Technologies. And currently there is a project which is ongoing between a couple of Swiss startups in collaboration with Sunshot. And other B2B platforms were curated for delegates in Bangalore, Pune and Mumbai through facilitated interactions with relevant companies. The next relevant project was E-Mobility Tech Week, which was which we did in 2019, where we tried to again get Swiss startups in the e-mobility sector. And again, we facilitated industry collaborations. We connected them with relevant e-mobility startups in India and also academics in the electric mobility sector. We also had a meeting with the Automotive Regulatory Authority of India, ARAI Pune, as well, to get some insights from them if our Swiss startups wanted to get to streamline the process of market entry for our Swiss startups. So these are 2 of the success stories out of E-Mobility Tech Week. So Electra EV, which is an initiative by Dr. Nilkant Kumar, who is a postdoc researcher at ETH Zurich. He's working with local collaborators, and he's already started his research project on understanding the feasibility of electric 2-wheelers over conventional IC powered 2-wheelers. So his research is already underway and we facilitated that collaboration for him. The second success story was Green Motion, which is a charging station manufacturer from Switzerland. And he has partnered with Electra EV, which is based in Coimbatore, to manufacture chargers indigenously. So we facilitated this joint venture for Green Motion. And this is another interesting event which we facilitated on green financing with Federal Councillor Her Excellency Ms. Simonetta Sommaruga in October 2019. And at this event, there was an MOU signed between SUPSI, which is the University of Applied Sciences and Arts in Switzerland, with CSIR to establish knowledge exchange, research partnerships, and lead to concrete collaborations in the future. We organized meetings with the energy sector experts from CEW for the clean tech delegates who were part of Ms. Somaruga's delegation. And we also organized a visit to the solar installation again at the International Airport at Bangalore and ABB Innovation. Then we also had the Hydrogen Technologies Workshop in December 2019, hosted in collaboration with ARAI in Pune. We hosted 2 Swiss experts, one SME called H2 Energy, which is looking to do business in India, and they manufacture fuel cell trucks in collaboration with Hyundai Motors. So they were looking at the feasibility of their products for the Indian market. We also hosted Dr. Andreas Zutel, who is one of the foremost authorities in hydrogen technologies in Europe. And he's based at EPFL in Switzerland. And he did a lecture at IIT Bombay, which was hosted by the hydrogen department. And he brought about his solutions. He addressed a few pressing questions which the department had. And we are looking at the possibility of him working on a joint research project with IIT Bombay. Yes, these are some of the pictures from the event. And these 2 delegates were also part of a workshop which was organized by the Indian Oil Corporation in Bombay. Lastly, we also hosted a Grid Tech Week just before the pandemic in March 2020 in Delhi. We established a connection with the Department of Science and Technology with the objective of looking at innovative platforms in the energy sector. We organized an industry knowledge session. We had a Swiss roundtable as well. And there was a session at the embassy with Shakti Foundation's Associate Director for Clean Power and Programs, Mr. Vivek Sen. And Hive Power has already started their market entry process for India and is collaborating with local industry players. Yes, so this is in brief, this is the work we are doing at SwissNext India. We are trying to curate partnerships, build research capacity, and academia to academia collaborations, relevant academia to academia collaborations. We also provide knowledge on the available funding opportunities in Switzerland. And we also have a few research collaborations which we can facilitate and highlight and bring across to the right energy ecosystem players in India. And they can explore these research opportunities with Swiss researchers. And I will be a contact point for such collaborations as I lead the work on energy and urban transport for SwissNext. Yeah, and these are our social media channels as well. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Cassius, for your nice information and presentation. So I have a question, like, do you also provide like a small funding to organizations if someone wants to conduct any event or networking event sort of, or any outreach activity? So is there any possibility to provide you small grants for these activities, or your organization has some provisions for that or not?
So basically, we don't provide grants directly, but if they fit within our focus areas and energy, which is a big focus area for SwissNext over the next 3 years at least, we can, if there are any kind of promotions which need to be done, we can do that. However, if you're looking for for collaborations, research collaborations, we can bring about the grants which are already available, and we can leverage your product or the solutions. Maybe if you have like a research proposal which you want to work on in collaboration with Swiss researchers, we can definitely facilitate that kind of collaboration. And there are grants which are available, which is open and which are given out by the Swiss National Science Foundation. So we can provide you access to those grants definitely, and we've done that in the past. So academic to academic collaboration, academic to industry collaborations can all be facilitated by SwissNext.
Sure. Thank you so much. And I think we would be interested to sort of get connected with you in future whenever we start to learn more about the possibilities on academia to academia collaborations or academia to industry collaborations, or the grant opportunities that is coming from Switzerland or Swiss embassy. So thank you, Cassius, and I request everybody, I mean all audiences, if you you have information and if you want to get connected with SwissNets, you can always communicate with them directly, or you can use our center as a platform to sort of get you connected with his organization. So now all four speakers have presented. So I will sort of start a discussion and questions if there are any. Okay, there are some questions. Um, there are some general questions, and then there are some very specific questions to organizations. So I can see, I mean, first of all, I mean, one problem or one major challenge when it, see, we all know that what works or how we can conserve and manage water, but actually we don't make it happen. So, or we can say it doesn't happen so easily when we go on ground and practice it, right? For instance, we all know that rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharge, these are the pillars of sustainable water management. So, any idea, any thoughts like why water or when it comes about water management, why these challenges are there, these challenges? So, anybody can speak. Please unmute yourself and
maybe I can respond to start with briefly.
Yeah, sure.
So as you rightly said, I mean, the technology and the options for how you can do it does exist, and it's very well understood. I think the real challenge is how you provide that missing connectivity to the people who are wanting to do it on ground, and that's where a policy instrument, a capacity building program, and an outreach has to be at a level where the technical solutions are put across in a simplified manner, engaging with the people on ground, so that they are aware about, firstly they are aware about how it is to be done, and two, they are able to access those solutions, be it technology or be it a model, to implement it on ground with some kind of assistance structure. At times what happens, you provide the rainwater harvesting design, you implement, you come off, and it gets choked because there is no O&M, operation and maintenance. So I think those framework of how we extend the connectivity of implementation is very critical as far as such programs are concerned. We have experience in our case, for example, when you engage with the local communities, especially when you are implementing groundwater recharge, or let's say I mentioned about pond rejuvenation and rainwater harvesting interventions. When you connect with the local community and engage them in the process right from the start of designing of the project, there's a better assurance of sustainability. So I think it's very important that besides the technological innovation and the awareness about it, it's very important that it reaches the level where it makes an impact. And I think that's where the real mass scale critical mass impact is something which is missing at the moment, will actually play a good role.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, because if you talk about India's water problems, right? So you cannot ignore agriculture. Agriculture is so because about 85 to 90% associated with agriculture at farm level, right? So other challenges that since in India water is not valued. I mean, in economic sense, So water is free commodity. Everybody feels that they have very strong right to use as much as water they want to use for their own activities, be it agriculture or residential water use. What is your opinion? I would like to take your opinion that if we say like water is more sort of a socio-political problem rather than technological problem in our country, at least I'm talking about in Indian context. Because let's say you want to change scenario in agriculture, then you have to think about the subsidies we are giving to farmers in terms of electricity. Then you will have to think about regulations on groundwater use, right, or groundwater pumping. Then you will have to think about regulations on the cropping system, on markets or MSPs for different crops, minimum support price. So then once you start thinking of all this, it becomes very political. And even if you go and connect with the community, if you want to make a difference at a river basin scale or a state level or a regional scale, like talk about Punjab or in a Gangetic plain where water crisis is happening, groundwater is depleting. So since it become political, then people sort of decide to stay away. And then most of the time we work in a very, very micro level through different organizations, NGOs. So the key question is that until unless we figure out a sustainable solution of this socio-political problem, the water scenario in India is very difficult to be changed. I mean, of course, you can improve water use efficiency at your household level. You can have efficient toilets, efficient taps, shower heads, but that is nothing if you compare the water is being used to cultivate rice, right? 1 hectare rice. So, what is your thoughts? I mean, how I feel it a big nexus, and it's very difficult to sort of hit this problem because of this very complex structure of the problem. You can make a huge difference at residential and commercial water use efficiencies, no doubt about it. But even if you do that, the scenario of water scarcity in the country or at a regional scale, state level may not change. So, anybody wants to say something on this? Dr. Sasi Kumar, would you like to speak about it?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think you touched upon a larger and very important issue. And at our organization and at the state, we are looking at different ways of addressing the challenges and also to communicate to the people, relevant people. One of the things is on this water productivity. We are all aware, and we also, I mean, most of the communities also that the productivity is in terms of yield, in terms of the tons per area, hectare, etc. And in fact, we have been trying to tell the government as well as various departments, including the agriculture department, like you said, agriculture is the major user of the water, to look into terms of the yield per volume. So it's not in terms of area, but in terms of volumes, like how much has been produced per meter cube of water. So that has been very interesting thing. In fact, more than we thought, people have been very welcoming about this. Departments have been very welcoming about this. Agriculture department itself is trying to see that in the coming days, it is not just about the yield, the productivity, but in terms of water. So this is a kind of a thing, the concepts which we need to bring down to the people level, but first at the department and then at the to the community level, etc. So we are trying to formulate how to communicate this to the farmer level in their language, how to it's not just communicating, it is also make it useful for them. We are not just saying that you have to use only so much water, but we are also saying that this water has to be equitably distributed, and the way you use water is more. Don't use so much water. There is somebody else who needs the same water. They can also produce something, they can use it for their living. So there's a very delicate balance, but we're trying to do that. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And we are running out of time.
Yeah, I just add quickly,
yeah, just maybe 10, 15 seconds.
Surely. I mean, I just wanted to share our experiences on this. So again, carrying forward to what I said, we just finished our project in Punjab. You mentioned about Punjab called Pani Bachao Paisa Kamao. It's a program which is by the Punjab government, and along with the World Bank and other agencies is being taken up. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is maybe there's no one-size-fits-all solution, but you have to look into what are the possibility for a particular location. In this particular case, what we did was we exposed the local farmers in a demo farm on what kind of interventions, including technologies and best practices, actually can be done, compared that with their normal practices into different farm sizes, and gave them over a period of time, in 2 seasons, what are the kind of benefits you accrue, both crop productivity, reduction in water consumption, etc., and energy saving. So when they saw this, they were actually, quite interested into. So I mean, we saw into saving of around 20% or something. So these are the ways, one can look into, and the transition will happen over a period of time. Valuing water.
Yeah, Ansuman, the next session moderators are already waiting, and I'm sorry to stop you, but one thing I will conclude this session by saying that since water is a very complex problem, we need to network more and we need to connect so that we can understand at all level who is the better suited to solve that problem. So thank you everybody for joining, and if you don't know me, my name is Vimal Mishra. Please email or I will get you connected through the Sustainability Center. Thank you once again. Bye-bye. Take care.
Mr. Vimal, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Vimal, and all the panelists of the previous session. We will now have the Sustainability Officers webinar, which will be moderated by Mr. Sanjay Sethi of Technopark Advisors. Mr. Sanjay Sethi, I welcome you to the session and kindly request you to go forward with the session on Sustainability Officers webinar. Professor Manish Kumar will moderate the question and answer at the end. So first we will have the panel discussion as planned.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanjay Sethi from Technopark Advisors, and we at Technopark Sustainability Forum, we have a platform for sustainability officers from various companies. Most of those are from India, and some of those companies are represented today at our panel today. So this is the second such interaction we are doing in three months' time. And during our first interaction, we had got a very strong interest from various sustainability officers asking for a space where we can come forward and share with each other our learnings, where we can have collective action, and possibly we can solve some of the problems. One of the areas that we had felt that sustainability reporting needs a closer attention. There is a little bit of disconnect between what the companies can and want to report and what the investors are asking. And some of those anomalies and some of those challenges are being faced by sustainability professionals and the financial investment advisors on a daily basis. So today we want to discuss about that issue. We have a great panel today, and I would request now the panel to come forward and briefly introduce themselves in about 1 minute time, and then we will get about 4 to 5 minutes for each panelist to talk about the issue, that is the reported environment, social and governance data that is being reported, is it relevant for the investors? So very briefly, may I now request Joe Phelan to kindly introduce yourself. Joe Phelan is the director, India Director for World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Joe.
Thank you very much, Sanjay, and good afternoon, everybody. I'll introduce myself, and should I then go on and make some remarks, or would you like me to wait for everyone else to introduce themselves as well? Sorry?
Yes. So now I request Naresh Tyagi, the Chief Sustainability Officer from Aditya Birla Fashion Retail, to kindly introduce.
Sanjay, I think Joe didn't go through with his introduction. He just has to complete that.
I'm Joe Phelan, and I lead the work of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development here in India, and I'm very pleased to be part of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Naresh.
Yeah. Thank you, Sanjay, and good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Naresh Tyagi. I'm Chief Sustainability Officer of Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail. We are the leading retailer of India. We have that 14-15 brand, Louis Philippe, Van Heusen, Allen Solly, Peter England, Pantaloons, so and so. So I will give my perspective because we have been following that disclosure and reporting since last many years. It's a pleasure to talk to all of you.
Thank you, Naresh. And next time, please speak a little louder if it's possible. Sanjeev, as Vairava is the EHS professional for such a long time and senior person in ITC. Sanjeev, please.
Thanks, Sanjay, and good afternoon to all of you. Pleasure to be here. As you said, I'm with ITC Limited. I head the Environment, Health, Safety and Sustainability Cell. And I think one of the benefits of working with ITC has been our multi-business exposure, which each of them have their own sustainability challenges. And I look forward to sharing my experience with all of you today.
Thank you, Sanjeev. I have Tushar Jinan. We have Tushar is the Chief Sustainability Officer for Arvind Fashion. Tushar, please.
Yep. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And thanks, Sanjay, for this opportunity. Really glad to be amongst the panelists. So, yeah, I'm heading the sustainability and responsible supply chain pillars for Arvind Fashions Limited and have been in the space, ESG space for almost 13 years now. Really happy that we are discussing this topic because, I feel that this is becoming the mainstream of, pushing the sustainability agenda, and investors do play a very important role. So looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, now we have the only woman speaker today, Shri Kamath from Eversource.
Hello everyone, this is Tejaswini from Eversource Capital. I head the ESG and impact function. I recently joined Eversource Capital in August last year, prior to which, I've had this exciting journey of, working with consulting firms like ERM and Stantec for over 14 years. Glad to be here and look forward to sharing my views. Thank you.
And in the last, we have Sandeep Bhattacharya from Carbon Initiative. Sandeep.
I am involved in the market development works of Climate Bonds Initiative, which basically means making investors, creating greater investor awareness among investors about climate-friendly investments and facilitating transactions, doing the necessary to facilitate transactions in the same. Great to be here. Thanks, Mr. Sethi, for considering me to be a panelist.
So, this is a topic that has a lot of attention in the past. We have seen that a lot of work has been done on the reporting side, and there are many standards. And in my previous interaction with a team from World Business Development, we had done the primary and the secondary research, and we have seen, although in the primary research it was clearly showing that the investment managers do not really ask ESG related questions to a large extent, but our secondary data analysis said that there is a lot of correlation between what the investors are asking and what they actually want. So we have today a very senior professional from World Business Council for Sustainable Development, which is a leading organization in the world, representing the top 200 companies focused on sustainability and implementing the SDG agenda based out of Geneva. So Joe Phelan is the India director and representing those companies in India. So Joe, can you please give us a perspective as to what is that WBCSD has been doing in this space and what is that the reporting exchange has achieved? And you have compared the ESG data of various marquee companies and whether is it in line with what the investors are asking and what is the way forward for us? So all my speakers today, requesting them to keep the discussion within 4 to 5 minutes. Joe, let's start with.
Very good. Very good. So thank you. Let me do exactly that. And I hope that you can see my screen. I'm just going to take 4 to 5 minutes. So, let me speak about how WBCSD thinks about sustainability reporting and sustainability finance. Our starting point is an analysis of the financial system and its mechanisms, and the non-financial, the sustainability, the sustainable accounting and reporting system, and the recognition that there is a disconnect between these. They're not aligned, and they serve different purposes. And the financial system is extremely efficient at delivering on its goal, which is to efficiently allocate financial capital. It looks backwards at what has happened and is based on accepted on concrete numbers and contracts and accepted standards and qualities of assurance and so on. The sustainable reporting system recognizes the goals of sustainable development, but doesn't easily integrate into the financial system. So we have been working with 200 companies, many of which are on this call, to improve the connect between these systems. And really, actually, our approach has been to focus on the financial system and see what support, how that can be strengthened, and the support, the systems within businesses, how they can be strengthened to account for other capitals rather than building an entire new system. It's well known that there's lots of pressure on business to respond to broader drivers, societal, environmental drivers beyond just economic growth. So we don't need to do anything on that. Very, very quickly, our thesis is that the transformation needed for a more sustainable world requires better run companies making better decisions that deliver the necessary product, service, and business model innovations that contribute to a flourishing, sustainable society. That capital markets properly value inclusive, impactful, innovative, sustainable businesses, that the most sustainable companies are awarded, and that ultimately more capital is mobilized towards accelerating sustainable development and meeting the challenge of climate change. You asked what we have done together with our members. So over the last 5 years, we have been creating tools, strengthening existing business frameworks and accounting frameworks, and building the capacity of our member companies to strengthen decision-making inside businesses and to improve disclosure of those decisions to investors. And this sets out all the work we've done around enterprise risk management, working with the COSO framework around aligning retirement assets to sustainability goals, the different natural and social capital protocols, and so on. The reporting exchange is an ongoing open source resource for business that captures all of the corporate ESG reporting requirements for business around the world. So you can run it for India, or if you have operations in Malawi or in Argentina, you can go to the reporting exchange centrally and see what all of the reporting disclosure requirements are for your business in the ESG space. You can see here that we've done a lot of work with companies on preparing for the TCFD, on improving your ESG disclosures, and also a lot around getting standards on assurance and internal controls so that the sustainability information that companies disclose is of financial grade quality data. Lastly, at the bottom of the screen, we have been doing an assessment of all of our companies' disclosures over the last 6 years. So benchmarking them all, looking at trends, looking at good practice. And the fantastic thing is that we have seen significant improvements in corporate disclosure. It's interesting to note that Indian companies usually perform particularly well on assurance and disclosure in this, and are among the leaders for their sector in terms of disclosure. Because of time, I'm going to jump on, but we've made a lot of progress in terms of how companies are implementing these solutions, and there's data on the trends that we see in corporate disclosure. But moving on again, looking ahead over the next 5 years, what we think is really the focus of our strategy is to make this concept of stakeholder capitalism real and rewarding for business. And we now have 5 program areas that are going to help member companies deliver against this goal. And because of time, I'm just going to speak about 2 of these. So, these are the broad areas. One is about defining stakeholder capitalism, making it actionable. The second is building on corporate response to the TCFD. The third is business voice in the sustainable finance space. The fourth is this ongoing work on benchmarking corporate disclosures. And lastly is this community of practice of CFOs. And because of time, I'm just going to speak about two of these. So we are launching a joint task force with the Principles for Responsible Investment, which is aimed at integrating both investor and corporate perspectives into aligning reporting standards and valuation. There are too many frameworks and standards and so on, and too much time is spent by companies in responding to all of these, building a community of practice, and also doing work with investors to build their capacity on being able to make good decisions about the quality assurance of the disclosures made by companies. And then the second one that I will speak about is just shaping sustainable finance policy. This is a critical space business. There are important platforms in India in this area where the government has launched a task force. Some of the people on this call are involved in that. Globally, we are unifying the business voice to engage with policymakers with examples from the real economy and bring perspectives from the real economy to policymakers. With the goal of shifting the financial system to prioritize and reward sustainable business through active contributions to sustainable finance policy discussions. I will end there and I look forward to your questions. This is a huge area of activity for our members with a lot of content, and I hope that Sanjay will make this presentation available to you. There are a lot of contacts here that you can connect with for more information as well as with myself. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe, for within the and requesting the audience to kindly take note of how to manage your risk through the COSO guidelines. And you must all visit the reporting matters website of World Business Council for Sustainable Development to compare your notes with others, other organizations who have put up their own sustainability reports and which have been given the feedback by WBCSD. And the kind of stakeholder capitalism that is being driven today and led by WBCSD, encouraging all of you also be a member of WBCSD. So I would now turn to Mr. Naresh Tyagi. Naresh, there are so many reporting formats, right, from GRE to SASB, and they all have their own advantages. Sometimes I've heard investors asking that I want a SASB format where I can minimize everything in one particular page. So there is a little bit of confusion out there. We would want to ask this question more pointedly from Tejaswini Kamath in the end, from Eversource Capital, and from Sandeep Bhattacharya from Climate Bonds Initiative in the end. But we would want to start from you as to what are the issues that you face, and whatever you will say, those would be compared by also Arvind Fashion, which Tushar comes later. And we want to then ask the investors that two people coming from the same industry, and how do you manage, how do you standardize the kind of information requirement? Because company to company, their data is different. And over to you now, Naresh. And please, we have a time limit for 4 to 5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay. Am I audible?
Yes, louder, please.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Sanjay. You have already given context, and it's good that Joe has set the context very rightly with the global perspective. What is the landscape of reporting system? This topic, disclosure and reporting, though it is emerged for last couple of years, but still it is evolving. That whole landscape, if you see so many framework and all these things. So I think let me share my experience, how we have coped up with that confusion and multiple landscape of reporting. We as a organization follow always that annual financial report, which was primarily for the shareholder. But now with the stakeholder concept coming into picture, how you have that non-financial disclosure and report in that format. So we started in 2012-13 with the BRR report, where we have non-financial disclosure also into that. And the important thing for us was that who are the people really read these reports. Who are the stakeholder? For them it matter. We disclose all these things and we put that. So I think the whole focus was on that content quality, what we are genuinely doing, how we get different framework and format to follow for our reporting and disclosure. And we find that the GRI is the one standard which is well unified. So we started with the GRI, and that GRI standard, actually in our mind, it was very clear. Whichever standard you follow, consistency and continuity is very important, because you can't have that change of standard every year. You may have your framework which is a fulfilling requirement of all standard, but you need to have continuous content to your stakeholder, because when you are taking 5-year, 10-year goal, and when you are reporting short-term and mid-term, you need to have data consistency and continuity of all that. We find that GRI report, I think it's almost 5, 6 report now we have done. It's one of that learning we have. In that last couple of years, we got a lot of feedback. Feedback in terms of criticism, in terms of input, and all these things. And that feedback help us to further look into process, product, and content improvement. I'm happy that to share that all that GRI, even Joe mentioned about reporting matter framework. Some of the third party did that random evaluation of Nifty company, and we found our score from 70 when we started. It has moved to now 90. So all these things give us confidence that framework what we are using is well aligned with that. Now, other thing which come into mind is that how you keep evolving your report, your framework with that some of the other like TCFD or SASB and other things. So we find that ESG is the better terms, and now ESG is evolving in a manner where investors are looking into that. And we thought that there are a lot of ESG rating companies. So how we get that third party validation? We participated voluntarily with that S&P Global Dow Jones Sustainability Index, where we got surprised that in short duration of 3 years, from a score of a low score of 23, today we are that score of 70 plus. And in that, not only that give us confidence on the framework and reporting and everything, but it gives a lot of perspective. What are the further things which we can improve? So I think in my opinion, all these framework are good if you have that right intent, you have right content, and you have in mind that it should not be just what you declare, but it should be more confirm vision, mission, and target which you monitor. You have proper governance system to see that progress on that. And if 1 or 2 parameter you find there are challenges, then no hesitation to say that yes, we are working on that. Because when you open up, you find a lot of people coming forward and suggesting, and that collaboration come into picture because you learn from the collaboration. And in that collaboration, I think not only improvement, but it builds the whole capability and technical system where you bring a lot of innovation, you bring a lot of stakeholder together, even from society, community, from regulatory. So I think I find myself as a company very useful, and all that investor, though in India still it is early stage of investor asking for it, but global investor, they are appreciating our effort. They are liking that what we are doing in as a ESG disclosure, what we have been setting example for the industry, not as a, it's not mandatory, but as a volunteer, how we take that learning and sharing with that industry sector, with global peer, and how we bring that some sort of improvement and collaboration together in that space. So still I feel it is evolving, and there is need for one single standard. But standard doesn't matter too much when you have right framework to follow, and you have that right content, which you have put your philosophy and your sustainability become part of your business DNA. Then framework is the thing to follow. So it's not only necessary thing to follow. So I think organization intent, what you need to disclose to stakeholder, quality and governance system on that, and then having honest and transparent way, if you have performed or not performed, declaring that is the right and authentic way to move on that. So that is my experience. It's still a long way to go, but I think in India we have come in our sector as a lead and as a benchmark, which has been validated, whether it is DGSI, CII, Frost and Sullivan, or so many forums. Even that whole reporting matter WBC SDG framework, we have been rated among the best. So that gives us confidence and motivation. We are on right track. So that all these thing and experience further take us to that next level, and probably when we have that single reporting system, it will be easiest to follow.
Okay. So this is incredible, Naresh. In fact, when we look at a company like yours, the questions that we want to ask, if you have sold 10 shirts, how many of those are actually you are getting back into the system, into the waste management system? And similarly, now calling in Sanjeev into the conversation with a request again for 4 to 5 minutes as time limit. Sanjeev, I know your company does a lot on governance, and that's something that some of the ESG investors and the normal investors, they ask for governance as the main things out of ESG. And you tick almost all the boxes there, and you must already be a darling of the investors. But you also do wonderful work on the water side and on the other environmental indicator side, on social side. But is the customer paying for that? So, or you keep on generating something that your investor is not asking for and is already rewarding you handsomely because of your good score on the governance part. So can you please take us through that within the time limit of 4 minutes, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. I'll try to answer what I understood. Thank you for those kind words, but I'm not very sure we are the darling of all investors, because otherwise I think our share price would be higher. But, friends like Joe, for example, he's been nudging us through all these years. And Joe is a big man, those of you who haven't met him. And he nudges means you do tend to travel a bit of distance. But having said that, yes, we have been doing our disclosures for the last 17 years or so. But in terms of ESG focus, I think the penny dropped sometime around January 2020, where the Bank of International Settlements had actually come out with a report called the Green Swan report. And personally, when we read it, this is the first time we understood that there is cognizance by the BIS, and the BIS, as we all know, the reserve banks of some 63 odd countries are members of the BIS. So the reserve banks, including India, they also have to align towards that. Where they were saying that money is what would really help in walking the talk. I think Joe also referred to that, because unless it's aligned with the flow of financial capital, the required movement happens due to other reasons, and actually needs to happen for business reasons. So that I think was a very important starting point. And I think some of you would also be aware of the recent EU, the taxonomy, and the SFDR, the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Requirements, which have come. And here, the taxonomy, we have to understand it has come as a type of, I would say, a dictionary to classify what is actually sustainable and to channel funding to what they say genuinely sustainable enterprises rather than greenwashed investments. This is a very powerful statement. And the SFDR, I mean, this actually kind of becomes the basis of any ESG claim that anybody are making. And the fact that the risks posed by ESG issues are cognized for during the the investment decision. So all people who are responsible for funding, and I'm sure Tejaswini will elaborate on this later, but this becomes a prerequisite. So now, I mean, essentially, when you're looking at sustainability, you're not looking at reporting what you do well, what are the good things that you are doing in terms of being a good corporate citizen, or from an something that flows from your ethics system, but what you are actually doing to address the risks to your business. I think this is the key element which has to be understood. And accordingly, your whole process of engagement with your stakeholders in terms of what you seek to know, in terms of assessing your operations, assessing your supply chain, everything happens from a risk-based perspective. So what are the possible risks which will arise due to climate change, for example, on your physical assets? What are the kind of risks that climate change will bring about in your entire agri-value chain? These are things that you'll have to look at. And sometimes they're not very easy to look at because, we haven't done it before. There's no precedence for such things happening. But it's a necessary, I think, step that all of us have to do. And once you do it, and then you get better at it and you learn more, and I think forums like this is also where you share knowledge and ideas, and you get a very, very different perspective of your business. And I think this is the whole requirement of ESG reporting. And with one small qualification that when you look at ESG raters, you'll also have to understand that what are these ESG raters? There are ESG frameworks, for example, where the agency would engage with you, and they would have a series of questions. They would have got a detailed questionnaire on which they would want information. And there are also raters who do it, kind of unilaterally. And I think as an organization, we also have to realize that, you need not necessarily get the highest marks in all the, with all the raters and all the frameworks. So you'll have to target those frameworks and those raters which are important for you, which are important for your investors. And accordingly, I think your disclosures would need to be kind of tailored. And when you're tailoring these disclosures, you will also have to cognize for the facts that, it's a process where a lot of data has to be processed across organizations. So certain aids like having keywords, because a lot of this research is done through bots. And so framing the responses appropriately, putting the right language, these are also important aspects of your disclosure. And these are things that all of us are learning. So it is, I would say, in summary, two issues. One is appropriate assessment of your risks and an articulation of those risks and your strategies in a way that makes sense for your providers of financial capital. That's how I would summarize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Now over to you, Tushar. Would you please take us through the issues that you face vis-a-vis the sustainability reporting and the questions that investors are asking from you?
Sure. Thanks, Sanjay. And thanks, Sanjeev and Raneshji and Joe. I think, I'll speak from my experience, not from only from Arvind, but my experience from EY when I was a consultant for almost 7 years and Novozymes, because, there we came across a number of issues when companies were kind of starting on the journey, barring few like ITC, which were already mature in their journey. The idea was that most of the companies wanted to talk about what is they are doing and how well they are doing. Nobody wanted to talk about what is, probably they are failing at, or where they may not be doing or achieving the targets. So that was the starting point, probably I would say in the last decade, where companies were trying to do that. And the focus was never to kind of look at all the stakeholders, specifically investors, as one of the stakeholders to share the sustainability data. Because at that point of time, I believe the ESG investor space was also very small. Very few investors were kind of looking at the ESG data and were trying to make sense out of it to see if companies are fitting the bill for their investments. But what has happened in the last one decade, specifically after the TCFD came into picture, is that a lot of investors have started taking targets for their assets and their investments. And what that has actually boiled to is that these investors are now asking questions that, okay, you are reporting something which is material for you, you have done a brilliant job in certain areas, but how is it going to impact your books? How is it going to impact your books for the next 10 years of, 20 years from now? And there the whole, idea of assessing a particular material issue for the organization, both from risks and opportunity perspective, comes into picture, where a lot of organizations are now starting to look at the material issues from risks as well as the opportunities perspective. Example would be, plastic may be a big ingredient for our organization, and we have been very closely following the whole plastic waste management rules being changing in the last decade. From making something mandatory, defining thickness, putting the EPR on the brands now also with the latest draft. So these are all things that organizations can talk about, that we are generating this much of plastic, which we are recycling, or maybe, X number of X volume of fabric is being used in our supply chain, and X percentage is being brought back as a concept called circular economy. But the point is how it's impacting your P&L, how it's going to help you. And this strategy which a company has adopted for a particular material issue, how is it going to generate value for the shareholders, the investors, as well as the stakeholders in a long run? So I think that has changed, but there's a huge gap because, the investors are also learning. They're also trying to make sense whether MSCI is the right platform, or the raters like them are the right platforms which are unilaterally taking the data or the information from the company websites or the reports, or they should directly interact with the potential investors to understand the data or the financial data or information beyond the information which is already on the website. So I believe we have reached an inflection point where investors definitely are asking for financial intertwining of the sustainable data, but at the same time companies have to be more careful in what they kind of represent in their sustainability reports or in their public website. A simple example would be just saying that we are reducing our carbon footprint by 25%. I think it's something that we have been doing from a long time. We have to move beyond that and say, we have been doing this, and this has been helping us, increase or affect our bottom line in this way. Or potentially when the new law or maybe a carbon price comes into picture 10 years down the line, we would be hitting our bottom lines like this. So I think we need to start talking the language investors understand, so that it is easy for them to make sense of the data, and at the same time ask relevant questions. Otherwise, what happens mostly is investors end up asking very standard questions, which the companies may or may not be able to provide. And if they're able to provide, further, kind of dwelling does not happen, or right kind of discussions do not happen with the investors, where a company may not be able to project the right opportunities, which would make sense for the investors in the long run. So I think we are in a place, and personally, when I was working with different organizations and we are kind of looking at different investors, we were helping investors to understand what is right, what is material, and what you should be exactly asking, and what kind of data would make sense for that question. So if you're asking this question, what kind of data points you should look at and how you should actually interpret that data. So I think that is happening very quickly. In India also, with the new rules coming in and the whole shift of liquidity towards India, I think this is also going to become very important for Indian organizations to quickly adapt to and see how they can actually interact with their investors in the right spirit. So I think that's about me. I think I'm over my time also. So over to you, Sanjay.
Thank you, Kiran, for bringing this about ROI and the language of something that investors. And now we have about 9 minutes to go before I turn to Manish Kumar for the Q&A. And I have two more speakers left, and requesting now Tejaswini Kamath from Eversource. Tejaswini, I would definitely like to ask you, how do you measure these metrics and ensure this cross-system dialogue? And how do you make sure that whatever the investors are asking, that is not too much? In my previous experience as CSO, I have myself seen that how different investors, they make your life so difficult, because everybody asks something so different from each other. And if you have some 20-25 banks to cater to, you totally go bonkers trying to give them what everybody's asking, and without realizing that these are the companies which are at the initial start of their journey on the sustainability journey. So over to you, Tejaswini, requesting you to kindly keep it within 4 minutes.
Sure. I'll definitely try my best. So I can't agree more with you, Mr. Sanjay. And I would just start off by saying that investors are really colorblind. So they really look at black, white, gray, versus the sustainability reports are so colorful, right? I mean, we are giving them so much of information. Maybe the investor one is really trying to dig out the information that they really want. So in my opinion and in my experience, what really works is to have a set of KPIs for all the companies. And then irrespective of whether you have 2 investors or you have 10 investors, as long as you know that these are the areas that you need to pursue in your ESG, it really does not matter. Then it is just about putting into different format and giving it out to the investors. Having said that, I also believe that there is currently we are in a state of framework fatigue, as they call, like different frameworks, GRI versus SASB and IIRC. Which one do you really use? And I as part of my consulting career, I found that the companies were really curious as to which is the best. So my take here really is that you need to identify as a company what is your value as ESG. Again, I would go back to the point that ESG and sustainability means very different things to different company, and it is okay. I don't feel that is an issue, because every company will have their own strengths, their own areas of opportunity. The idea really is to demonstrate to any investor that how are you going beyond your immediate circle of influence? How are you incorporating really the challenges and risks which are upstream in your supply chain versus the downstream in supply chain? GGF, which is the fund that I work for, we mainly invest in very renewable energy sector, energy efficiency, waste treatment, water treatment. But here also, our investors are very keen as to recently, I think everybody would have heard about the child labor issue in China, from where the solar panels, 50% of those are being procured. So what are we really doing to, combat that? So that, I think these are very real issues. And just because we are in the renewable energy space, we really can't take it for granted that, that everything is all fine and, we are green sort of sector and there are no issues. So we believe that there is always an opportunity to go that extra bit, and I don't think that it is something which is like good to do, but definitely must to do. That should be done and should be reported. Just one last point, before I hand it back to you, is that companies should not shy away from really, sharing if there is a challenge. I think this is something which even Mr. Naresh pointed out. I think more and more you're vocal about the challenges. Definitely, there are organizations like WBCSTs and, your peers who look forward to sharing their experience and coming out with a resolution. But investors, like, on an overarching side, they really know what they want. So it's really important to get that expectation right and then report to that directly, rather than, beating around the bush in a very colorful and a glamorous, sustainability reporting. I mean, that is definitely good. But I think we should not shy away from what is must to have as part of your reporting.
Thank you, Tejaswini, and full marks to you for being a little soft on the companies. But I've seen my colleagues taking notes, and I really value what that. And over to you now, Sandeep. We have a hard close at 2:50 before Manish comes in. And so kindly have a look at your watch, and you are the last speaker. And before you start, I would definitely like to ask you, Sandeep, what exactly is happening in India, especially that climate bond initiative? We all know you do not have a money in your own pocket, and you do not actually give out money to the companies. And yet everybody from the big companies to small companies want to be your friend today. And what is that you have done? And even though the bonds are not really uptaking so much so fast, and whether those are green bonds or ESG bonds, or all those bonds are not really taking off that fast in India, yet most of the banks are asking those deep-rooted questions about ESG data. Is it because of that the climate bonds is the flavor of the month?
Okay, let me try to answer your question at the conclusion of. I need to give a little bit of perspective before I'm able to answer that question. So, just for the benefit of the audience, I represent an organization which doesn't know anything about the S and the G. I only know about the E, and the E confined to climate risks. If you ask me, what is the regulation about how many meters from the beach should I make a resort as per environmental laws, I don't know anything. It's only climate and climate related risks. Now, so we as an organization are known to define what that boundary is for climate. I would just, since the topic is about whether investors really act, this is a bit of a European story. I'll come to India situation just after this, where oil major came up with what they claim to be a green bond. They self-declared it as green, and somebody else in the market also did. And we have a system of classifying every liability in the market as per what we think is green or not. On this issuance had no contractual link with us, so we refused to do it. And the offering was that there's an offshore extraction technology, extraction of oil, which was 30 to 40% less energy intensive. Our stand was this technology only extends the life of fossil fuels, which goes against the Paris Agreement. So the company came and met us, and later they came out with a plan to transition from fossil to non-fossil fuels, and offered an offering which I think we approved of a lot more. So why did this company come to us? Obviously, it's not about our intellectual content. It is because certain investors were moved by our intellectual content, and since we didn't approve, a lot of investments didn't come in. So in this space and our work, we have this kind of an influence. Answering your question, Sanjay, about India, I would like to state that yes, the glass is half empty and half full as far as India is concerned. Till December last year, cumulative issuances were around $10 billion. This calendar year, I was just counting yesterday, labeled liabilities are around $4.6 billion. So we are close to doing in these 3 months what had happened since 2015 onwards. So whatever we have done in 5 years, we have done half of that in these 3 months. There could be various reasons around that. COVID some forced some people to postpone, but yes, we are working on it. There are not too many debt investors in India who really care about green, unlike say in Europe or even the US, and now increasingly Japan. But then we are working towards it, and that is one of our mandates, to create the mandate for green debt investors. There are many ESG funds which have come out. Most of them don't have climate in their mandate. And maybe we'll move there. They're getting prepared for a declaration of net zero, and slowly regulations coming in, and then the alpha. Thanks. I hope I've answered your question, Sanjay.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. So over to you, Manish, for the question and answer session, and all the panelists are at the call for the questions and giving a final summary. All the listeners that we need to be tightening our methodologies, the metrics which are needed by the investors. Thank you very much, and over to you, Manish.
Thank you, Sanjay. Now I can know that from you people that time is really money. How precisely you finished out on time. So first of all, I will take one question which is not directed to the name specific, and then I will go to the specific the names to which the questions are directed. So this is one question which is not given that who should answer. So any of you can do it. That how does local entrepreneur and cultural traditions of indigenous material use can be boosted up and highlighted to attract investors as well as customers?
Okay, Sanjeev, would you like to take it up?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and Indian context, it is saying. So maybe Sandeep.
Yes. Yes. So let me try to. Yes, since I face the investor a fair bit, let me try to take up an answer. It is very sector specific. So in the field of agriculture, we have come a full circle where, during the green revolution, we said you use pesticides and you do this. And now we have methods of agriculture which, go back to what our tradition was about using cow dung and cow urine. I mean, I'm not batting for any political party. Please don't have that idea, because nowadays a lot of things are politicized. But I've seen with my own eyes, a so-called concoction of cow dung, cow urine, besan mixed and fermented for 3 days, increasing fertility of soil and creating robust crops. So what does an investor need to see? What we are trying to do is we are trying to create the data to say that using this particular traditional methods leads to stronger crops, and therefore if you give a loan to a farmer who uses this methodology, your chances of a non-performing loans are less. So just because something is indigenous, investors won't come in. Somebody needs to do a study and connect it to the risk with the investor faces, and then hopefully money comes in. And that is to a great extent what we do in many other sectors. I just give agriculture as an example. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sandeep. The next question is directed to Joe, and actually, so it is about in the context of pandemic. What are the new emergence or paradigm shift you see in the area of sustainable financial policy?
Hey, okay. Well, COVID has speeded up lots of things that were, or sped up lots of things that were happening. And it's also come with political change in the US. And that is already having a big impact on climate policy. And we can see the conversations that are happening here in India about a net zero target. So the world is seeing this as an opportunity to rebuild. Again, Sandeep, you made the point that everything is politicized, and everything is politicized, absolutely. I think that alongside the deployment of large-scale policy levers, the realization by governments, citizens, business that government has a lot of power if it chooses to use it, and so thought around what can be done to tackle climate change. I think that there is a realization in business leaders of some very important changes in mindset. And we had a publication out yesterday that articulates these, but these are around, fundamentally resilience. And this is something that Indian business has been at the front of. Running businesses that are regenerative and really pushing our business models so that they are circular. And and certainly as a result of COVID, accelerating this. But the very challenging idea of redefining capitalism. Our businesses are run by extremely rational people who make very rational decisions. There was a question in the chat about large companies following financial models. That's what they're designed to do. And where large companies with very big footprints have been able to transition, it's because the markets they've been in have had very certain policy environments. There's been very strong signals from governments about their transition to greener economies. And so I think it's essential, in India, and I do see it coming, that there's, that there are clearer and more consistent, and they have, we've seen what's happened on renewables because of the signals from the government. So those signals are coming across the economy, and that will support the action required by business, the carbon price, other instruments will drive the action by business. But certainly COVID has sped that up and sped up thinking about what kind of capital system we have.
Okay, Joey, I have one question to you too, but let me give the one to the others first, and then if time remains, I will get back to you. So Tejaswini, one question is that because you talked about the extra bit and doing more. So perhaps in that context, there is a question that how much enough is enough? How do you realize, or how do you estimate or do that? Yeah.
Sure. No, so I think there is no definition of what is right or what is wrong. I would say a company on its own needs to decide this. My reference really was to go beyond just, let's say, a manufacturing facility, to look at your supply chain, from where your raw material is coming, where is your waste getting disposed, right? So also being responsible for that. But otherwise, I also feel that companies do mistake CSR with sustainability. So these two should be treated very differently. And specifically to this question, I think what can be done more, so that is more in line with what you can do as a company with respect to CSR. But as far as ESG and sustainability is concerned, one is definitely meeting the law of the land, which is the compliance requirement. But secondly, it's also what you think as a company you could do beyond the compliance, raising really that bar, aligning with what your peers are doing, what is best in your country, what is best in your sector. So that's what I was really referring to. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. There is a one, and again, it is not addressed to any, that should a pure play renewable energy company be asked to sign SBTi and reduce emission and plant few trees, which is less than 1% of emission avoidance it will generate? So this is not addressed to anybody, but it is asking that should a pure play renewable energy company be asked to sign?
I think there's nobody from the renewable energy sector on this call today. Maybe we can take up the next question, Manish.
Yeah. So Sanjeev, just a little bit, maybe in very short, if you can say about some more distinction between sustainability issues and green incentive. I realize that there are a lot of students in our audience, so maybe they want to have the more understanding on that, or the distinction that you have specifically mentioned, that the sustainability issues and being green is different.
Yeah, so if you look at the whole of E, S, and G, while there is a fair degree of interlinkages, a social housing in Kuwait, which I've come to know, 5 BHK house is supposedly social housing, which the government provides to somebody who's not able to get an income. That's a social welfare scheme. A 5 BHK in Mumbai would be considered a billionaire's house. So a social aspect is quite difficult to standardize compared to, say, an environment where you can go and say that so many gram equivalent of CO2 emission. So is a governance. A CMD separating a chairman and a managing director position might be extremely critical in certain countries and might be looked upon as less critical in others. So I gave an example of social, I gave an example of governance and environment. The way we look at it is climate change is coming. How do you mitigate it, or how do you adapt to it? That is where we play in. So these are two examples I gave, which we don't cover, which is a part of sustainability, but not necessarily a part of the environment.
Thank you so much, because this is Sanjay has already told that not extra 1 minute. So this is right on 3 p.m. Sanjay, we have some questions for the different panelists, which we will send to you, and you can communicate to the others and get back to us. So over to you, Sanjay. Before Sanjay conclude the session, I would like to announce that our exhibition visits are going on, and it will be on up to 5 p.m.
So thank you very much, Manish. We will hang around and thank you all the speakers, and thank you Dr. Kiran, Center for Sustainable Development of IIT for having us here, and more importantly, thank you audience for patiently listening. Only 10 people have dropped out through the whole session from 118 108. We have dropped only 10 of those, so it shows the interest was very high. Perhaps this is a topic that probably will take it to the international stage, because some people from Asian Development Bank are specifically asked to hold the session for the international audience as well. So our alliance with the IIT Gandhinagar and Dr. Kiran Patel Center for Sustainable Development will continue, and special thanks to Falguni and Professor Ashim Mehra, who have been spearheading this entire initiative. Thank you very much. With this, we would like to close.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you everyone for participating in the third annual Sustainability Fair organized by Dr. Kiran C. Patel Center for Sustainable Development at IIT Gandhinagar. We look forward to engaging with all the stakeholders involved in the sustainable development activities. Kindly note that online exhibition hall and networking platform will remain open until 5 p.m. today, and also that is available till the end of next week. We encourage attendees to take advantage of the exhibition, take materials, etc. Thank you again, and have a nice day.